Bay, just north of Clark Island for racing today. Jack, you've been racing here the past 3 days, but unfortunately yesterday you were eliminated. Can you give us a bit of an insight onto the conditions so far and how you found the racetrack?
Yeah, thanks Evie, and good morning everyone. So I guess you could say it's been typical Sydney harbour conditions. We've had a lot of chop, wind coming out of the northeast, ranging wind strength from 5 to 8 all the way up to 25 knots yesterday. Today we've actually got a nor'wester sitting at about 10 knots.
Perfect, and today we go into the quarterfinals to begin with, where our pairings will be Peterson versus Higgins, Sargent from Australia versus the Brazilian Benal, McCutcheon from New Zealand and the French Delclair, the Australian Cole Tapper versus the French Rossi. At the moment, the teams are warming up, and we have the beautiful harbour bridge just behind all of the competitors as they go upwind and start tuning in to the conditions for today. As you can see, we do have Clark Island on the left-hand side of the race course, which will be interesting for competitors to try and pick the best course upwind.
Another key feature of the race course out here is the Sail Sydney laser course just over to our right. We can also expect a lot of traffic from the ferries and the big boats preparing for the Sydney to Hobart later this month.
In boat one, we have Tom Higgins. Tom Higgins is from Ireland, from Royal St George Yacht Club. And last week he was 5th at the pre-Worlds event, has had a very good lineup, first Irish team to win the British Teams Racing National Championship in 2023. So it'll be interesting to see how they go today. Jack, how have you found being out here racing on Sydney Harbour? Has it been a little bit more chaotic than it is in New Zealand?
Yeah, a lot more chaotic. Way more traffic than we used to, and lots of choppy, tricky conditions to steer in. It's been a really head in the boat venue for me, focusing on boat speed, but we've really enjoyed the past week.
Yeah, I think it's a play-off depending how much time you can keep inside the boat. You know, 4 or 5 team members on some of these boats makes it tricky to coordinate exactly what you want out of each manoeuvre, especially trying to coordinate so many different things at once.
So we talked about Tom Higgins before, and he's matched up against Jeffrey Peterson in the quarterfinals. Jeffrey won the round robin, and that gave him entry and first pick overall for the quarterfinal stage. He was the 2022 world champion and the 2021 runner-up, while also winning this year's Governor's Cup in Los Angeles.
Yeah, he is a bit of a front runner for this event, would you say? He's won some events previous to now in the match racing circuit.
Yeah, he's definitely up there in the favourites. He's been doing a lot of good sailing this year, and I expect him to progress through.
We've got 2 boats from France here this year. Have you had any previous experience up against the French?
I've raced against Rossi before at the Governor's Cup this year. He is a very strong competitor, but I've never raced against the Declerc before. He was very fast out there on the water, so that'll be an interesting matchup between Declerc and Robbie McCutcheon.
In almost 10 minutes' time, we'll be going into our first start for the quarterfinals, where we'll have Timothy Rossi against Cole Tapper in the first flight of the day. It's a beautiful shot of Sydney Harbour today as we prepare for the World Sailing Youth Match Racing Championship.
Read out the names, let us know what boats are on it.
Okay, sure. we have Declare here finding his numbers as he headed into the breeze in between the two bottom marks, just getting his bearings and probably warming the team up into some pre-start routines, figuring out exactly how they're going to attack the quarterfinals. It's an important day for teams to try and gain places to get into the semi-finals as we start to see the top four in formation at the end of today. Here we have your fellow teammates, Jack, the Kiwis. Robbie McCutcheon's done a little bit more match racing than you. He had a pretty good year last year on the circuit.
He has. I used to be Robbie's main trimmer last year on the circuit.
There you go.
So on Robbie's boat today, we have Chester Duffett on the bow, Zach Fong trimming, Poppy Hoskins float, and Ryan Littlechild on main.
And here we have the Aussies, the team of Cole Tapper. Cole came into this event ranked first on the world rankings. Unfortunately, it looks like he didn't have a great round robin series. And he's going to be fighting for a place today, trying to get his team back in sync and see if they can make it into that top four position. Here we have the American Jeffrey Peterson just with his jib down, doing some last minute team preparations, heading back down to the start line as they prepare for their start. He will be the last race of the first flight for today. So, Jack, are there any rivalries that we should be looking out for on the race course? Any friendly banter or anything that you know from the inside?
Not specifically in these matchups today, but I can tell you that the CYCA youth sailing teams have a bit of inter-club rivalry between each other. But it will be interesting to see how these quarterfinals evolve and progress over the day. We have a first to three format here. So first to two.
First to two
First
format.
to two. My apologies.
So essentially the racing works where we'll go through the first race for each boat against their competitor, and then we'll do the second race for each boat. If the boat has already won two races, they will need not to compete in the third race of the day, whereas if it's a 1-1 win, then they'll need to break in a third race to see who comes out of that as the winner. So yeah, best of two racing today in 5 flights for the quarterfinals.
Foxtrot flag up. This is the preparation warning signal for the first flights. First match in the flight 1 today, we have Timothy Rossi entering on port, or the blue side, and Cole Tapper in boat 2 entering on starboard in yellow.
We'd like to thank our event broadcasters partner, Sail Media, in a particularly huge shout out to Jimmy Berry and his team for the massive work in getting this production up and running today. We'd also like to thank our event partners, Helly Hansen Australia, Mercure Sydney, and Audi's Centre Sydney. So you can see some of the teams still have their jibs down. If they're one of the last races in the flight, then there's not really that much hurry for them. The conditions have lightened off here. As we do sit underneath Clark Island, we should see some accelerating breeze coming around and short lines or puffs of wind. That'll be interesting to see who can fight for the position to get first into the wind. That'll really decide who can get ahead from the get-go.
5 minutes just gone up for match 1. We should see the teams doing their runs, practicing their time on distance for the entry into the start here. Just on screen, Cole Tapper running into his tack, heading back towards the line here. So Evie, you talked about Clark Island before. Would you be heading over towards Clark Island to take advantage of that accelerated breeze?
I think it'll be dependent on the phase that we're in. It looks like sometimes we are getting more consistent breeze from the right, but a sneaky one does come around the island every now and then. Here we have our first race of the flight have just entered. And now they'll go into a dial-up position. So Jack, here teams try and gain an advantage of which side they want to sail up the first work of the race. Where would you be looking to go, do you think, up this first work? Do you think Cole should be splitting to the right or to the left?
Personally, I like the right-hand side of the course. The left looks a bit patchy, and the right, more consistent pressure, potentially some right-hand shifts as well.
So teams are backing down now as they try and stay close to one another. Just under 3 minutes to go before the first race of the quarterfinals.
So as Cole Tapper was the starboard boat, he has control entering for the dial-up phase. You see Cole rolling around Timote's bow at the moment, trying to exit into the playground and pick his time back to the line.
Cole's got a little bit more speed here as they've just gone over some waves. The French are just trying to keep in touch from behind. Again, Cole just clear ahead as he brings the French over towards the boat end of the line. We do have 2 minutes to go here, so they do have a little bit more time to kill.
So with 2 minutes to go, I expect Cole to be thinking about his lead back time, back to the boat. We should be seeing him roll into a jibe in the next 30 seconds and start heading back towards the line. It'll be interesting to watch Timote to choose whether he decides to take the lead and lead Cole back, or whether he opts for the push.
Here we go, they're both going to go for a jibe here, and Cole's underneath, just missing the overlap. He's going to go to windward of Timote and try and hold that position.
So with Timote jibing inside, he's taken the lead back towards the line. Now both skippers and crew will be looking for the boat end ley line with 1 minute to kill on the clock. Both teams relatively early and tight to the boat lay.
That's 1 minute to go, 1 minute to go. And so teams, as you say, Jack will be trying to pick the best time on distance to make sure that they're hitting the line on go. It's just lightened off here a little bit more and shifted slightly left. So actually struggling even to lay the line on starboard tack.
30 seconds to go. Both teams relatively on time. Timote is doing a very good job at slowing Cole down, throwing a lot of disturbed air onto his sails and wiping time off that clock.
Cole actually looks quite slow here. Looks like they're really trying to build speed. They're almost racing. Setting up for a port start, both teams.
Typical split start that you'd expect to see from Cole there.
And 5 seconds to go. And
Even start from my point of view, but I give a slight advantage to Cole Tapper here, taking the right-hand side of the course with the better pressure.
He has decided to come back, just try and shut down a little bit of leverage if they've started at opposite ends of the line here. It'll be interesting to see Jack, who does get that breeze first. As we've been saying, it's pretty patchy at the moment, and honestly looks like it's coming down from different directions, every line. Cole will be just clear ahead also on starboard tack, and you can see his teammates there trying to pick the next gust, trying to get into that pressure first.
So into the first cross here, Cole Tapper crossing Rossi on starboard. Rossi extends to the right-hand side of the course. Next match here we have Robbie McCutcheon on starboard in boat 8 and Deleclerc in boat 9 entering on port. Another typical dial-up from the two, with Deleclerc slowing up.
We've got the footage at the moment of the Australians from the first match heading out to the left. And a big overall shot here of both teams have decided to split to opposite sides of the race course. And as we pan back now, we're going to see the second match of the first flight. As you're saying, Jack, it'll be interesting to see how the Kiwis go up against the French.
They are. The French are quite quick, but we've done a lot of boat work speed over the first few days of the regatta. Found a nice mode that we've been able to two-boat test against, so I'm backing Robbie's speed here. So Robbie just tacking underneath the Deleclerc here and leading him out to the right-hand side of the race course.
So we have 3 minutes 30 until the second start of the day.
Robbie's in a very controlling position here. Deleclerc can't bear away too much with the windward-leeward rule.
Again, it is still pretty early in the sequence, so the teams do have time to kill, and it is an opportunity as well in the pre-start to see if they can get that first penalty on their competitors. Very close there, as the French had to steer up to avoid. Robbie's still with overlap to leeward, and maybe the French will just clear here with their boat speed, and they have with a little puff on the front, just sailing over the top of Robbie's bow.
So the French have rolled Robbie. Next question is, can they jibe? Can they get out of Robbie's control and lead back towards the line? The longer they go on this tack, the better it is for Robbie.
They've decided to get out of there, like you say, Jack, and try and escape that control, get back to the line, as they're now quite far away with only 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Here they're going to come back down and see if they can get the overlap again. Doesn't look like they will. They're just staying slightly to windward of him. In this situation, Jack, what are you thinking if you're wanting to start at the boat end?
It's all about your time on distance and how well you can wipe the clock off. From this point of view, both boats look very early. Robbie's got a lot of work to do here to kill this time. Deleclerc doing a good job at pushing him towards the line and trying to make him early.
Here we are back on the first match, Tapper versus Rossi. Ahead at the moment is the French. They have managed to come very well out of the left side.
The right side after dipping Cole Tapper. So we've seen that the right side has a little bit more pressure, and maybe Cole's run into a bit of a hole over on the Clark Island side.
And we've got 1 minute now until the second start of the day. Jack, what are we seeing here now that both boats are quite early and advanced on the line? They've got to try and get back around in the position that they want, in an advanced position.
I think our clock's actually wrong, and they're racing upwind now. So we have Robbie on the left-hand side of picture, being rolled by Delacroix. So he's won the start and has control over this race. You see them matching tacks now, and Delacroix just trying to throw dirty air onto the sails of Robbie and slow his boat down.
So we'd be expecting this second match to try and seek this pressure that we've decided is coming from the right a little bit more, as you can see on that image just at the top mark, coming from the right hand side of the island.
Yeah. Top mark rounding, boat 7, Timoteo Rossi firmly in control of this race. Nice straight set there from the team, and he will look to extend back into this right hand side of the course looking upwind.
This is going to be a pretty tricky one for Cole to try and get back in touch with, as he'll need a decent amount of pressure to try and catch the French. Do you think he has a chance, Jack?
I would never write Cole Tapper off, especially on shifty Sydney Harbour. We've seen the breeze build and die off a few times, so I would be ready for shifts out of any direction. Really good set by Cole Tapper there, and he is trying to close in on Timotei. Cole's been pretty fast downwind this whole event as one of the only 4-up teams.
Do you think that was a little bit of the demise yesterday in the wind, or were they able to keep up?
Well, Cole is on weight. There's a weight limit for this event of 350 kilos, so as long as you're on weight, it shouldn't matter too much.
They've decided to jibe off, try and see if they can outmaneuver and find some different pressure that the French might fall out of down just to leeward of them.
Back to the second race here. Delacroix extending against Robbie McCutcheon, heading back out towards this right-hand side of the racetrack, looking upwind.
Meanwhile, we are also in start sequence for race 3 of the day, where we have the Brazilian Nicolas Bernal versus the Australian Will Sargent. Here we have both race 1 and race 2 on the shot with the harbour bridge in the background. Both boats are always trying to see if they can get into the next breeze, and it's interesting, Jack, in both races we have seen quite a large separation. Does that, you see that happen often in the light breeze, where one boat will separate quite a lot from the other?
Typically in match racing you don't usually see large separation between the boats, but because of the fickle winds we have here, both teams just prioritising flow over the foils of the boat and keeping the boat speed high. Yeah, 1 minute. 1 minute to go in the match 3 of Flight 1. We have Bernal, Brazil, leading Will Sargent into the start, and with a crush against Will Sargent. Firmly ahead, Bernal's definitely won this pre-start, and leading Will Sargent off the start line. The last match of this flight is Jeffrey Peterson in boat 3, entering on starboard against Tom Higgins from Ireland, entering on port. Breezes continue to drop across the whole race course here, being very light for the teams now.
As you can see, like Jack said, it's a very light breeze and the team's just trying to keep as much flow as possible over these boats and sail in their own air and get as much power as they can out of every opportunity.
Match 1, Cole Tapper versus Timotei Rossi, just going around the bottom marks here. We've seen Rossi take the right-hand gate, so he's headed it back over to the left-hand side of the course, and Cole Tapper matching him. Down the bottom of the track here, it looks like we've had a bit of a left shift. The boats look very lifted on port tack, heading up to the top mark.
And in our picture now, you can see the third match, which is the Brazilian Bernal, just to windward of Will Sargent, who has come through the first part of the regatta in second place overall. So he'll be trying to keep that position as we go in today's semi-finals later on. And the top mark rounding of the second race is what we're seeing at the moment, where we've got Robbie McCutcheon leading the French Deleclerc in the second leg of their first race of the day. Again, Jack, you could see that maybe your upwind testing skills have paid off, because Robbie certainly gained on that upwind as he is clear ahead on the downwind.
I think that's actually Deleclerc in the lead. Sorry, Evie. Blue Spinnakers, Deleclerc.
It is,
heading
sorry.
into a jibe back into towards Clark Island. And Robbie McCutcheon just rounding the top mark at the moment. Seems Deleclerc has been pretty fast on this upwind and able to extend and build his lead more from the start.
There you go. It's more upwind testing for you then, Jack, when you get home. We do have a little bit of breeze where these spinnakers are coming down now from the top mark, just filtering through the middle of the course. And the final start for Flight 1 is Higgins versus Peterson.
So boat 1, Jeffrey Peterson. Boat 3, Jeffrey Peterson against Tom Higgins. Jeffrey just coming into leeward here. Tom really slow, no flow at all on his boat. Very commanding position here for Jeffrey. He has all the control and just pick his time back to the line here.
As the day heats up, it'll be interesting to see how the breeze develops, as we are seeing some more breeze coming from the right-hand side of the course, and hopefully these boats on our screen will be able to get their crew on the side of the boat.
You see,
boat number 10 on our screen, Bernal.
leading Will Sargent. who has done a very big split over to this right-hand side of the course. You should expect Will to pick up a bit of this new right-hand pressure that we can see. And we see Bernal attacking back just to cover him off, but
will it be enough? Will it be enough? And will this right pressure come down in time, or will Bernal be clear ahead at the tacking point on the ley line?
Seeing quite a bit of chop over the whole racecourse area at the moment, making it even harder for the competitors to build that boat speed and keep the boats moving in these light, tricky conditions. I expect to see a lot of gains and a lot of losses. Big day of snakes and ladders out there. Just in picture here, we have Tom Higgins heading out to that right-hand side of the course against Jeffrey.
You can see both boats are in very different modes as they sail in different pressure, and Peterson looking to close down some of that gauge, just bearing his boat away, accelerating the boat on a little bit of a lower mode and get over to that right-hand side pressure. And once both boats are in it, then I guess that's when the tactics come into play. But while the pressure is different, you'll definitely see them trying to get to that burst.
The boat numbers are swapped for Jeffrey and Tom. Yeah, McCutcheon just round the bottom mark now, heading over to the left-hand side of the course here.
And you can see in that picture that right side pressure that we've been talking about. It's interesting. You can see also in the main harbour, we do have a busy harbour today with the South Sydney event on as well. So plenty happening and yachts sailing through the course. So it makes quite a difficult race course for the match races today.
Boat 1, Tom Higgins, still heading out to the right-hand side of the course here against Jeffrey with a commanding lead. Still extending to that right-hand side and building his lead.
And this is boat 10, but now the Brazilian team have just hoisted their kite as they lead Will Sargent on the final leg, is it, of their first race?
First leg.
First leg.
First leg. So that right-hand side hasn't quite worked for Will. Maybe got stuck in a bit of traffic, bit of chop. So we see Bernal just driving back to cover him off and stay in the middle of the course.
Again, both Aussies have a little bit of ground to make up.
We've seen Cole actually gain back a lot on this leg.
Really?
He might have a piece of Rossi into this top mark or be very close behind. So this is Will Sargent just heading round, boat 6, hoisting his red spinnaker and heading downwind. But match 1 just coming around second here. Rossi just leading Cole Tapper around the top mark as they go into their sets. Expect to see a lot of tight racing here today, and we should see Cole just follow Rossi down. Bit of boat handling issues here on Cole's boat. Late spinnaker hoist. That's not what you want. Split here from Rossi. He's decided to jibe and head back towards the start line. To me, it looks like the long jibe. Cole's got a bit of work to do, and yep, We see Cole heading into his jibe, back onto the long jibe, down towards the finish.
Looks like he just had to get sorted some internal boat handling situation before he could complete that jibe, as ideally you'd say Jackie wanted to do that much earlier.
Oh, 100%. Rossi's definitely extended in this first part of the final run, and we should see Rossi continue to extend on this downwind. They're laying into the finish here, so we've seen a big left shift that has meant that the boats can lay all the way down into the finish line here.
As you can see in this shot, we have that pink kite at the very top of your screen is the the Brazilians leading the Australians, Will Sargent, and then the two boats following are actually coming down to the finish. So if that green kite and the orange kite stay in the same position, that will mean that Rossi has won on Cole Tapper going into the next flight.
Bernal just heading around the bottom mark there into a left turn. Should be expected, and we should see him head into attack soon to stay on the favoured board. A lot of upsets in this first flight here, Evie. Cole Tapper being the one of the home teams against Rossi, who's not sure if he's sailed these boats before. Cole's got a lot of work to do to get back into this.
We won't put it past Cole yet. We'll give him a chance. It is the first flight of the day, so if Cole can make up in the next flights, he does still have the opportunity to beat Rossi and make it into the semi-finals. So let's hope that our home favourite can pull through and bring us back to that number one position, which he was in before the regatta. Now we have this upwind shot of the two boats coming into the finish for the first match, and also Will Sargent on the chase in his race as well. A little celebration there from the French as he secures the victory over the Australian team. Be a bit of debriefing now, Jack, would you say, for the Australians as they come into it? It's a bit of a decider the next race.
Yeah, it is match point, but it's all about just keeping it simple, keeping your head clear, and going back to basics. It can be really easy to overcomplicate match racing.
Yeah, it looks like...
I'm sure Cole knows what to do, and they're right into their debrief now. Heading downwind now, we have Jeffrey Peterson just rolling into a jibe back in towards the bottom marks on his first downwind leg, second leg of the race, with a comfortable lead against Tom Higgins.
And here we're back with a view of Will Sargent as he chases down the Brazilians. Looking like the pressure is pretty even among the course now, so this could be difficult for them. See if they can try and keep better boat speed as both boats head towards the right side of the course. And as you can see, a little bit more wind maybe again coming down from that right side of the course.
Coming into the finish line here, Robbie McCutcheon in boat 8, well behind Delaclerc, who's just about to cross the finish line and take the first match of their quarterfinals.
The team almost looks like they're actually already debriefing, knowing that they have unfortunately lost this first race of the day. So it looks, you know, pretty much like they've finished the race on board and will already begin preparing for the next one. Do you find, Jack, that when we come to these quarterfinals that some teams do in fact get a little bit of nerves or something that happens on board which maybe throws off their usual performance?
Oh, 100%. Match racing can all come down to final series. The first 3 days of this regatta don't mean anything apart from these races in the quarterfinals to progress through to the semi-finals. So a lot of pressure on these races today.
Here we are with a bird's eye view of boat 10, and a great shot it is as you can see the crew really trying to coordinate their weight and the trim of the sails as they sail and hold as much power as possible in these light conditions, as every little bit counts. There's plenty of breeze there on that boat at the top mark as they prepare to put the kite up, rounding the top mark for their final leg. Well clear of Will Sargent, who you can see is in the background.
So but now I'm just going to do a straight set here. Nice kite hoist from the team, and they'll keep extending and should take this race quite comfortably.
It's interesting, Jack, we thought that we were going to see some surprises on the race course today, but it almost looks like that as soon as the first boat got into that breeze in that right side, that it's kind of been a little bit of a one-way track in terms of keeping into the right-hand side and staying in the pressure.
Yeah, it's definitely, this first flight has definitely been a case of the richer get richer. First boat to the pressure, gets the pressure first and keeps extending. So tough for the boats to hind. Not many passing lanes out here at the moment, but we'll see how this breeze builds and goes over the day.
Here we are with Will Sargent just behind, hoisting his kite. Few waves making it difficult to get around that top mark.
So we see Bernal just driving back to cover off Will Sargent and stay on the same drive as him.
Does look like Will has a little bit of a line coming from the top mark, but I'm not sure that it's going to be enough to get back to Bernal.
Yeah, but now doing all the right things at the moment, just staying in control, not giving up too much gauge and continuing to build his lead. Bernal has been one of the faster competitors in these lighter winds, and we've found him to be very slippery in a straight line.
And as Sargent jives, so too does Bernal. Staying in that pressure, just coming down that middle of the course.
Bernal looks to be laying straight through to the finish here, so he'll extend down towards the pin end of the line and take this race win off Will Sargent.
Interesting fact about Brazil here, they're the only team to sail with 2 females on the boat. It's great to see this young team come through together and continue to build and get better over the week.
They do have their eyes. Keep looking back at Will Sargent and his team, but luckily enough, they do have it secured. They are very close to the line now and will be 1 up on Sargent going into the next flight. Here they are. But now the Brazilians just crossing the line to secure their first win of the day. Will Sargent just trailing in. And the final match, Jack, we have is Higgins versus Peterson, just going around the top mark.
Peterson continuing to extend his lead, but quite a bit of traffic in front of him with a few big motorboats heading straight through the course. It'll be interesting to see how he deals with all this chop ahead of him.
Here we go in frame now, as Jack said. The Starship Sydney coming right through the middle of the course. And it'll be a little bit of a disturbance for the teams as they try and get down to the finish. The breeze has also lightened off a little bit.
Yeah, continuing to drop and become more unstable. So we'll have to see what the race committee does after this race. Potentially a change of course.
Peterson just trying to keep flow over his sails with his team sitting to leeward on the boat. Keeping flow over the foils as well, making sure that they keep trucking forward despite holding quite a strong lead. The team looking back, just keeping eyes on their competitors who unfortunately are quite slow and stopped at the top mark in really not much breeze at all. Jack, what do we do in this situation where we're trying to rebuild the boat speed and there's really not much breeze?
Hope and pray, Evie, hope and pray. Yeah, look, very light up there for Tom at the moment. Feel for him a little bit. He's had a bit of bad luck with a few bad waves, but all credit to Jeffrey. Commanding start from him and just extended right the way around this racetrack.
Here we are, Jeffrey's just come behind that big boat that we had on the screen before. The team's setting up for almost the final leg into the finish. Jeffrey with his eyes out of the boat, looking for the best pressure and trying to figure out how to keep the boat going. Higgins with his kite just set, going for a jibe and just coming right behind that Yacht, who is also coming through the course. And this is the final match for our Flight 1 of the quarterfinals for the 2023 World Sailing Youth Match Racing World Championship on Sydney Harbour. If you're just joining, we have a very little breeze out here for a northwester and high temperatures, meaning that the breeze is struggling to stay in. On screen is Jeffrey Peterson, who is currently in the lead for the regatta, and he is just coming to the finish for the final match of the first flight.
With his win in the round robin, Jeffrey was lucky enough to be invited on Andu Comanche yesterday for a fun sail around the harbour. Him and his crew of Justin Callahan, Enzo Mendito, Daniel Pegg and Marbella Marlowe looked like they all had a lot of fun out there and definitely enjoyed being on the big boats.
I think we're both a little bit jealous of that, Jack, especially in yesterday's good breeze. Almost crossing the finish line here as they just float the kite over to the other side, duck the line and prepare for their next match. This is boat 1, Tom Higgins coming to the finish. Unfortunately, he will not have a point and will need to fight in the next match to try and keep his place for the semi-finals. We've just had the postponement flag go up on the committee boat as the breeze has dropped, and we will be waiting hopefully for some more wind to fill in so that we can complete the quarterfinals racing. Higgins, the only boat still on the race course as he comes to the finish, as we've now had all other teams finish their first match of the day.
On board Tom's boat in picture, we have Jamie McConnell, Xavier McLaughlin, Mark Murray and Fiona Ferguson. Interesting fact about the Irish is that Xavier and Mark are Australians, with Mark coming from the YSA and Xavier from the Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron. He's picked up some local talent, so we'll see if they can help him turn his luck around for the next race here.
Hopefully we can have the breeze fill back in again. Little puffs are coming down all the time, but it's just feeling like the heat is making it really hard for the wind to fill in. And on screen now is our postponement flag, signalling to competitors that we will be postponed until further notice.
So recapping Flight 1 of the Australian Youth Match Racing World Championships for the quarterfinals, we have Timotei Rossi 1 up against Cole Tapper, Ange Declerc 1 up against Robbie McCutcheon, Nicholas Bernal 1 up against Will Sargent, and Jeffrey Peterson 1 up against Tom Higgins in a first to two quarterfinal series.
Well, we had our next flight scheduled for 10 minutes time, and hopefully that will still be the case if the wind can come in.
It should be first to three. It should be first to three if there's 5 flights.
And while we're waiting here, we are going to give you a little wrap up of day 2 on Sydney Harbour at the 2023 World Sailing Youth Match Racing World Championship.
Was an international umpire who was just incredibly passionate about match racing, and he would share his experiences with everyone. He would bring up new up-and-coming race officials as well as the youth and new sailors, and what he brought to the sport was incredible. And one of his passions was to get world sailing to have a youth world match racing championship, and he managed to achieve that, which is wonderful, and the fruits of his labor are evident in this event today.
Yeah, to win the Gerard Bozet Trophy is really a special honor. You know, Gerard Bozet was one of the legends of the sport. I had the pleasure of getting to sail with him, or at least sail with him as an umpire, and actually gave me a penalty in the last race. I had him as an umpire for, but he was an incredible supporter of youth match racing and of match racing in general. And as a youth trying to make it to the highest levels of the sport, it really meant the world to have someone that was pushing that hard, even if they were from another country. Their influence made lasting impacts throughout the sport, and I don't think the youth world and youth match racing would be where it is today without Gerard. And so it's a huge honor to be able to come away with this award, and we got a lot more racing to go in this regatta, and so we're just really excited and honored to be here, and looking forward to going to do more racing.
World Sailing Youth Match Racing Championship. At the moment, we are still under postponement, waiting for a little bit more breeze to fill in. So teams are just taking the time to have a little bit of a rest and reset and get ready for the next flight.
Just want to go through those match results again.
So recapping the first flight of the Australian 2023 Youth Match Racing World Championships. We have Timotei Rossi 1 up against Cole Tapper, Ange de Cleur 1 up against Robbie McCutcheon, Nicholas Bernal 1 up against Will Sargent, and Jeffrey Peterson 1 up against Tom Higgins in a first of 3 quarterfinals series. So still lots of racing to go out there, and lots of time for the competitors to come back and fight back to get a semi-final spot.
It's a hot day out here today on Sydney Harbour, and I'm sure teams are definitely keeping up lots of water, trying to cool down a little bit in between races. There's not much spray happening today as there's not much wind.
We've also seen a few teams do a boat swap where the teams have an option to change boats in their respective matches. Typically a team might do this if they think one boat has an advantage or is faster. So we'll keep you updated on whether the teams have boat swapped or not.
few upsets in the first flight of the quarterfinals, with big one for me, Nicholas Bernal beating Will Sargent, who I believe qualified second overall in the round robin, with Will also being a local CYCA member and part of the YSA. Bernal being up 1-0, little advantage to him. How do you think Will respond?
Oh, I think there'll definitely be a lot of debriefing happening on that boat today to see if they can come back into the race. At the moment, it looks like Will might be in search of a different boat. They do have the opportunity to boat swap here, don't they, Jack? As you said, if there may be I think that there might be an advantage using a different boat, and just keep a level playing field in such important competition for teams.
Definitely, for sure.
Will Sargent, as you said, Jack, is a local from the Cruising Yacht Club of Australia, and his crew on board is Eddie Reid, Hugo Leeming, Paige Cowdercoat, and our youngster, Joel Bieshel. Joel has certainly made a mark for himself as he sails the 29er and has had quite a successful campaign. His dad and mum, Adam Bieshel and Lainey, are out here watching today as well to try and cheer on the team and give them hopefully a few tips, as he does have a lot of experience himself. Even though the flag is flying on the Gordon Marshall, the start boat for racing, unfortunately that breeze is not even yet across the course. It's definitely very patchy, lots of gusts and lulls, and almost just shooting down some different gusts from different directions, so it makes it super tricky for the race committee to set an even course. We do have a little bit of breeze here at the moment, but I think the race committee will need to make a decision whether or not they can get a whole flight through with what we've got. Unfortunately, there doesn't look like there's too much behind the breeze on the race course, so it takes a little bit of foresight and definitely trying to keep some sailors happy today.
Looks to me like as well there's been a bit of a left shift at the moment, so we'll have to see if we have a change of course and shift the course axis further towards the west.
We do have a boat just going upwind and testing their setup, testing their speed.
I believe that's the New Zealanders with their coach, Tommy Spithill.
So a local coach, Jack, you brought someone that you think might know the waters to give it a little bit of advantage?
Yeah, we did. We were hoping to have the resources that Tommy has to help us out, but unfortunately couldn't make it happen. But he's been a great help today for Robbie and the team, and earlier in the week we had Dave Chapman and Nev Whitty out on the water helping us out, so really appreciate those guys for giving their time to help us Kiwis out.
Just a few little adjustments being made here with equipment and some rigging while teams wait. We do have boat number 8 on screen at the moment with the spinnaker out of the bag. Looks as if they're using it for some shade.
I've never seen that one before, but I might have to add it to my own playbook. I think we're expected a high of 40 degrees here in Sydney today, so...
Yeah, maybe even a little bit more if we're not lucky and the breeze kind of keeps the way it is. And we are still waiting for some breeze to come in. Postponement flag remains up on the flagpole as the breeze is very fickle and light on Sydney Harbour.
In picture here we have Robbie McCutcheon and coach Tommy Spithill checking their setups after doing a boat swap against Ange de Cleur. It's important just to recheck the settings and see any differences between the rig setups and how the boat feels and how it's moving through the water. So it's good to see they're back down towards the start line now and ready for the next match. Just introducing a little bit more about Robbie. He was second at the Harkin International Youth Match Racing Championships in 2021, third at the Hardy Cup in 2021, and the current European IRC champion aboard Bojest, the TP52.
Must be pretty good, Jack, to have someone who's had a lot of experience and a lot of success in the last little while to, I guess, help you and represent the country.
Oh, definitely. Robbie has been a prominent figure in the youth match racing scene over the past few years, and he's gone on to do some pretty cool things this year, along with the European IRC, also being a part of the Star Sailors League. Just earlier, or later last month, actually.
With which team was that?
With New Zealand.
Oh, wow.
In the quarterfinals here, Robbie is paired up against Ange de Cleur, who is currently one up against him at the moment. Introducing a bit more about Ange, he's a member of the French Youth America's Cup team. He was 6th at the 2023 Youth Nationals and 2nd at the current Eurosaf Youth Match Racing Europeans. Boat number 9. picture here with Timoteo Rossi, who is currently one up against Cole Tapper in the quarterfinals while we wait. Timoteo has done a bit more international yachting this year with winning the Chicago Match Cup for this year and being the 2023 French Youth National Match Racing Champion, while also finishing third at the Youth Worlds last year. This week, Timoteo has at the regatta Demai Tibu, Gautier, Deliu, Timothée Mas, and Elise Enconte. Apologies for my French pronunciations.
Next up, we have Brazil in boat 10. Brazil has just won his first match in the quarterfinals against Will Sargent. Benal has on his team this week Gabriel Michaelis, Marcos Arndt, and Bruna Patricio, with a youngster on board, Carolina Wistas. They were 6th last week at the Pre-Worlds event, 6th last year at the Gov Cup, and 9th at the Youth Worlds. As Jack said before, this is the only team with 2 females sailing on board, which is fantastic to see.
I believe Carolina is actually 14, so it's great to see some really up-and-coming youth pushing through this event, and definitely one to watch out for the future.
And trucking over to boat number 2 is Cole Tapper and his team from the Cruising Yacht Club of Australia. As we said before, Cole came into this event ranked 1st on the Youth World rankings, but unfortunately hasn't had the best round robin series, which we are hoping he makes up for today in the quarterfinals to secure a place in the semi-finals. He is looking very relaxed here with his team of Max Brennan, Hamish Bass and Chelsea Williams. The team was 2nd at the Gov Cup last year, a very, very close competition.
Yep.
I think that was with Jeffrey Peterson, correct me if I'm wrong. Or...
Yeah, 2nd at this year's Gov Cup.
Wow, so he definitely was the one to look out for coming into this regatta. Also the Australian Youth Match Racing National Champion last year. He's 2 times New South Wales State Match Racing Champion, and he's one of the members of the Australian Youth America's Cup Challenge alongside myself and some of the others on the team.
Interesting fact about one of his crew members, Max Brennan. He won the Governor's Cup against Cole Tapper this year. Max used to sail with Jeffrey and won the Youth Match Racing World Championships with him last year, so he's crossed over to the Australian team, coming down here to study. So a little bit of inter-rivalry between the teams there, and I'm sure Cole would love to get one back on Jeffrey in his home waters if he can progress through and race Jeffrey in a later stage.
While we're here waiting for racing, we'd like to thank our event partners, Mercure Sydney, Audi Centre Sydney, Helly Hansen Australia, and our media partner, Sail Media. Of course, lots of thanks to Cruising Yacht Club of Australia for hosting this year's World Sailing Youth Match Racing Championship. with the club hosting also the Sydney to Hobart in the next few weeks.
It's been great to see some of the big boats out here on the harbour training for the Sydney to Hobart. Yesterday we had Andrew Comanche, Law Connect and Scallywag out here all testing their modes and getting their crew work dialed in.
Yeah, it's definitely a big campaign for those teams to put a very experienced crew together in search of the line honours and the overall championship for the Sydney to Hobart yacht race. It's a lot of commitment from the boat owners, but also from all the team members on board to exactly what you're saying, come out here lots of days in preparation before the race and try and put the best team, the best equipment and the best race together from Sydney to Hobart.
Progress is an electrified masterpiece with unwavering craftsmanship, where intuitive design meets supercar performance and state-of-the-art technology leads the charge. The Audi RS e-tron GT. That's progress you can feel.
So dark. Here we are at the 2023 World Sailing Youth Match Racing Championships, waiting to try and see if we can start a second flight of the quarterfinals. Unfortunately, we still don't have much breeze, but teams are just completing their boat swaps in preparation for their next race. It is certainly a lovely day on Sydney Harbour if you weren't a sailor. There is lovely temperatures, beautiful summer's day, and what a fabulous start to the summer.
So Evie, you mentioned before you were involved with the Youth America's Cup team and the Women's America's Cup team for Australia. What does that involve? What have you been doing to prepare for the upcoming races later next year, I believe?
Yeah, it is. It is next year, the America's Cup in October in Barcelona. Unfortunately, we don't have an AC40 in Sydney to be training on, but we do have a simulator which we are using to train our skills, boat handling, but also racing, as we're able to team up we're online against other nations. So I haven't personally, but the youth have been racing against countries like Sweden and Canada and the Dutch, who at the moment I've heard are very quick around the course. So we do still have some work to do, but we're certainly getting there, and we're very well supported. John Whitting Jr., who does own Comanche, and John Bertrand, who won the America's Cup, are both patrons for the team. And they're definitely pouring in as much as they possibly can to give us the best shot of winning next year in Barcelona.
Do you have a timeline on when the boat might arrive?
At the moment, we don't have an order on a boat, just because it is a lot of money for the AC40, and it's also requires a big area and a big crane to put it in the water. So if there's anyone looking to help out with the America's Cup, the Youth America's Cup and the Women's America's Cup, get in touch, because Team Australia Challenge is certainly serious about what we're doing, and Cole Tapper, one of our competitors, knows that quite well, as he's also involved on the team.
It's a big squad for the Youth America's Cup team, I imagine, right?
Yes, at the moment we have 16 altogether, including the women as well. And it works out well. We just have enough people to sub in when they're available for simulator sessions, training sessions. We train 2 to 3 times a week, quite a few hours at a time. And it's good because we have the youth or the boys helping the girls and vice versa. So it's good to have that, different genders helping each other out, which we don't get to see a lot on the water. Match racing is unique in the fact that there is no gender requirements, whereas some of our other Olympic classes you do require to have certain genders on board. What about yourself, Jack? What's next on the match racing tour?
The team and I are heading over to Warren Jones in the Warren Jones Regatta in Perth, out of the Royal Freshwater Bay Yacht Club. So we're looking forward to that late January, and we'll be training hard at home. They're sailed in Foundation 36s, I believe, so quite a bit bigger than these Elliott 7s that we're sailing in today. So a bit of a first for me. I've never match raced anything bigger than an Elliott 7, so yeah, I'm excited for it.
Is it the same number of crew?
It's 5 crew, 5 or 6 crew actually, so I think we're going 5 up. Which will be good.
Teams on the screen. Very relaxed and just taking their time out now while they have it to get in some lunch and chat between themselves in preparation for the rest of the quarterfinals.
Breeze almost looks worse looking up the course now, Evie. It's not looking promising.
Yeah, I definitely agree, Jack. The breeze has died, which makes me think maybe it's swinging. It could be swinging around to the north, maybe just because the temperatures are so high that we might see a little bit of a northerly gradient or a northeasterly gradient filling in down the harbour. And we'll keep you updated with that. We're just chatting. The flags on the harbour bridge are in fact still in the west, but it looks like we do have some north coming down the main harbour, which may mean a little bit of relaying the course for the race committee. As you can see, flags on top of the harbour bridge are flying. So it's likely that we will get some breeze from up high coming down, hopefully. As we pan over, we do have a line coming down the main harbour, and we also have a laser fleet from the South Sydney Regatta, which will give us a good indicator when the breeze is filling in and what direction and how strong. It'll be good for the match racing competitors to be able to see what's working and maybe what's not on their race course.
Just hearing some comms over the radio from the race committee. It looks like they're picking up the top marks and just being ready for a relay of the course.
We have the US team attempting to stay cool by dipping their hats in the water and trying to relax in between races here. Here, as we look back over to the Ilka fleet, we can see that they are just starting to move. The breeze is almost a little bit confused here, as I think the heat and the clouds are not really giving a clear indication of a gradient filling in, and certainly not a sea breeze today.
One critical part of match racing here is that we do have on-water umpiring for the event. The team of umpires has flown in from all around the world to umpire each match, with targeting having 2 umpire boats given to each match. Umpire team is headed by Russell Green from New Zealand, who is the Emirates Team New Zealand advisor for all of their rules and requirements. Richard Slater from Australia is the Deputy Chief Umpire, and their team is filled out by Damien Baldrew from Australia, Ryan Parkin from New Zealand, Katie Maxim from the USA, Svenja Hunschist from Germany, Robin Thames from Australia, Simon Barrington from Australia, Jen Richardson
from Australia, Karen Gonjic from Australia, Erica Kirby, and John Philpott from Australia.
It's quite important, isn't it, like you said, Jack, to have these umpires on the water and watching the racing. Sailing usually is a self-governed sport, but it makes it even more fair when we do have the umpires that are so dedicated to the sport and to assisting the racing.
Definitely, it makes the racing a whole lot easier, and the decisions are made right then and there. It's been great umpiring for these past two events, the pre-Worlds and the Youth Match Racing World so far. Definitely a world-class team of umpires here, and no complaints from me. So it looks to me like, Evie, we've had this northerly push through and start boat up anchor ready to shift around.
Yeah, Jack, we have seen a total change in wind direction, and it will be interesting to see if we can start this next flight with the quarterfinals really at stake here, try and get some racing underway so we can see the start of the semi-finals today, or if not, tomorrow morning.
It'll be interesting to see where they move to. Real estate in Sydney Harbour is hard to come by, it seems, with the Sail Sydney course to the north of us, so we might have to push down closer towards Clark Island to be able to get a full race course in, but we'll see what happens.
Okay, guys, I'll put up the whole slot. Most part in favour. Evie, if you just explain that, we'll just take a break and we'll be back as soon as you know.
All right, we are just going to take a little short intermission now as we are still under postponement, and as soon as we have information for the next flight, we'll be back. See you soon for the rest of the 2023 World Sailing Youth Match Racing Championship.
Heck, that's hot.
Welcome back to the 2023 World Sailing Youth Match Racing World Championship at the Cruising Yacht Club of Australia. Today we are on Sydney Harbour for the quarterfinals. We've already completed the first flight of the quarterfinals, and now we've just had a total change of weather, and we have about 17 knots from the west to finish the rest of the quarterfinals.
To recap the Flight 1 results for the quarterfinals, we have Timothée Rossi 1 up against Cole Tapper, Ange Decleur from France 1 up against Robbie McCutcheon from New Zealand, Nicholas Bernal from Brazil 1 up against Will Sargent from Australia, and Jeffrey Peterson from the USA 1 up against Tom Higgins from Ireland.
So all teams have finished 1 match each. Like I said, we have only completed the first flight of the quarterfinals. So we need to complete another 4 flights, as the quarterfinals today are a first to 3 wins,
Series.
Jack.
Yes, correct, Evie. First to 3.
Teams are just warming up. As I said, the conditions have changed, so it is a change of controls, of tunings, of setup to try and adapt to more breeze.
Yeah, definitely a day of 2 halves here, it seems. Big breeze building in from the west, and teams will get a wide range of conditions to show their skills in. Should expect to see some of the teams that have sailed these boats a bit more like the Australians to do a bit better in this heavier breeze. Boat handling being the key feature probably of these races now, keeping the boat fast and doing slick manoeuvres.
Yeah, like you say, Jack, it's not so much the game of who's first to the pressure. It's more now going to be who can keep the boat upright in the pressure. And possibly if skill sets are similar, then we're looking at a little bit more of strategy than we have seen in the previous races.
For sure, Evie. Just seen the AP flag come down, the postponement flag, so that's 1 minute to the warning signal coming up.
8 minutes till the start of the first race.
Correct. So running through the flight pairings for Flight 2 of this quarterfinals, we have Cole Tapper from Australia entering on port against Timothée Rossi from France on starboard. In match 2, we have Robbie McCutcheon from New Zealand entering on port against Ange Decleur from France entering on starboard. Will Sargent from Australia entering on port against Nicholas Bernal from New Zealand, from Brazil. And Jeffrey Peterson entering on port against Tom Higgins from Ireland entering on starboard.
And that was our Foxtrot flag up. So 7 minutes now until the start of the first race. In a few minutes we'll have the first match enter, and we will be into our pre-start for the second flight. On screen you can see Boat 10, Bernal, the Brazilians, getting ready for their next race. I wonder, Jack, how this new breeze can throw some of the competitors. I know that you've had some pretty big breeze in the previous few days. Have you seen any stars come out of heavy breeze?
Well, we've definitely found that Cole Tapper and team have been pretty quick in the breeze. They've done a lot of work on their setup and the windier stuff. So I'd look out for Cole and Will Sargent to be pretty quick. The French surprised me. Deleclerc, he was pretty fast in the breeze yesterday. It'll be interesting to see how the other teams go. Not as much chop today, so we'll see how the setups change and jib cars and outhaul and other controls like that. Just looking up the course here, Evie, they've set the top marks pretty close to, I believe that's Garden Island by the Navy base, so we'll have to see if there's any influence from the big Navy ships or buildings on the top left-hand side of the racetrack.
Yeah, like you said, Jack, we do have the top mark just on one side, Garden Island, and on the other, Fort Denison. So it will be interesting, like you say, to see which side pays off. I think we can expect a little less breeze on the top left-hand side of the course and possibly some clear right lines coming down from the main area of the harbour. But as we noticed in the previous races, anything can happen in today's quarterfinals. We have seen some underdogs take the first win from some stars that we thought were going to pull through, and maybe we will see some people's luck turn around in the rest of today's racing.
As we approach 4 minutes for the first race, the teams are coming into their entry signal. You'll see the teams enter above the pin end of the line and the start boat and head down towards each other.
So we have Cole Tapper entering from the pin and Timothy Rossi entering from the boat now. That's the 4-minute flag, and here we are, our first match of Flight 2 in the quarterfinals.
Looks like Timotei's a bit late to the start there, and Cole might have a what we call a low cross, where he crosses ahead of the other boat pointing downwind. So Cole's got the low cross here, and we've just seen Timotei jibe on his line, and he'll look to block Cole's tackle jibe to head back towards the boat. Both teams just really focusing on boat speed here and trying to extend, and Cole really working to see if he can get a jibe in and begin circling. Here Cole goes for the jibe. Pretty close. Probably might see a flag from Rossi there.
And it's clear, no penalty.
Green flag. So now the boat's beginning their circles to try and gain control of the other boat. Really tight action here. Boat's still circling around, just killing time off the clock until one of them wants to take the lead back to the line.
It's also an opportunity, like you say, Jack, to get that first penalty on the competitor and try and give them a disadvantage off the line and get a possible advantage for the race.
For sure. Definitely you've got to watch these circles and make sure you're not infringing on the other boats here. Coming up to 2 minutes here. I think Cole will be probably thinking about taking the lead, maybe 1 or 2 more circles from him. He's just tacked around into his last circle there. And I would expect to see someone jibe back and head towards the line, and we'll see if Cole decides to take the lead or whether he wants to sit behind Rossi and push him back towards the line.
Both boats jibe, and like you say, Jack, they are heading back towards the line. Now Rossi will try and do what he can to get back in control.
Yeah, so Cole's taking the lead there, and Rossi pushing him now. As we see Rossi do a big dive down towards Cole, extend him and really push him hard towards the line here, try and make him early for the line. Coming up to a minute to go. Cole looks relatively on time, so I think he is in control of this pre-start at the moment. He's doing a really good job of killing, and you'll see the boats fishtail around a bit and wiggle all over the place, and that's just trying to kill the speed and wipe more time off the clock.
Oh, and we've had a little collision there.
Flag from Cole Tapper there. We'll see what the umpires say. Yellow flag, so that's a penalty for Timotei Rossi. Hit Cole from behind there. Big advantage to Cole here, and He'll get a start out of it, probably a hit on the right-hand side of the track. Yep, racing towards the line now. I give this pre-start to Cole.
Yeah, I agree, Jack. That was very harsh from Timothy. He was to windward and tried to duck down and get an advantage from Leeward, but did not clear the stern of Cole Tapper from Australia. And now, as you say, he has a penalty, which means he needs to complete his turns at some point during the race.
For sure. It just goes to show how sailing these boats a little bit more and being a local team can pay to, know how much these boats can swing and when you have swing behind a boat and when you don't. So as they head towards the line now, we're preparing for the next entry. Robbie McCutcheon from New Zealand on port and Ange de Cleur on starboard.
The visual on screen at the moment is Cole Tapper in boat 2, leading Timotei Rossi from France in boat 7, and Timotei Tax deciding to take Cole over to the right-hand side of the racecourse. Timotei still will carry that penalty until he chooses a time to do his turns. It's pretty good boat speed, Jack, from the French as they try and advance to leeward of the Australians.
Yep. Cole will just keep extending here and just keep tacking on his breeze and affecting him. Very comfortable from Cole. He just needs to shut the race down now and he's definitely in the driving seat. Heading to the next race, we have the dial-up against Robbie McCutcheon on the right-hand side of picture and Ange de Cleur in boat 8, entering from the starboard end.
Now we saw a bit of an upset in the first flight where McCutcheon was beaten by Delacroix and it was a little bit of a surprise, but maybe this will be a bit of a different race as now the breeze has increased a little bit, and as we saw with the previous pre-start, that boat handling is so important to make sure that no penalties are given in the pre-start.
Sure, just looking up the course as well, it has died off from what we initially saw came through.
It's definitely gone into a typical westerly that we see in Sydney where it's quite patchy and unstable, volatile, which could mean that our racing can get interesting, can get away from boat handling and into a bit more snakes and ladders, trying to get to the best pressure and receive the shift. Got 2 minutes 30 now before match 2 of flight 2, McCutcheon versus Delacroix.
McCutcheon in a quite controlling position here, just dialed up to the right of Delacroix to windward of the committee boat. He'll look to just kill his time here and try and force Delacroix to be early to the start line. These dial-ups are really boat handling intensive. Slow manoeuvres are critical to keep control of the boat here. Robbie just doing a good job rolling around his bow now, and he'll look to come back at Delacroix with a lot of flow and get him on starboard. Goes for the tack there as Delacroix speed builds towards the committee boat. You see Robbie probably roll into a jibe soon and head back towards him. One minute 30 to go and Delacroix surely early for the start. Robbie will just pin him against the committee boat and try and get him more down towards the pin end.
Interesting, Delacroix deciding to sail away a bit more from Robbie, get into a position where he feels like he's able to successfully get off the line.
Both boats still early to head back to the line here, so bit of an incident here. Flag from Delacroix there. Still early for the line here.
Be interesting to see what the jury says about that incident.
40 seconds to go. I expect both boats to do a spin around the down the committee boat here.
And pressure on for them as they try and
Big
bear
breeze.
away. Lots of breeze there. The French struggling to get away. And if boats don't get behind the line soon, Jack, we could see possible late for the
Late start. Yep, boat handling costing the French there with that jibe, not being able to get it. And you'll see Robbie roll into his jibe and hard on the win here to try and block Delaclerc out. He's definitely in control of the start now with 3 seconds to go and racing. Good start from Robbie there. Even though he's just given up the right, he should have the better of the start here.
It'll be interesting to see. Unfortunately, Robbie can't tack and complete there. So at the moment, he has to continue and try and sail clear of the French to be able to tack and cross.
Heading up towards the top mark now, we have the first match of Cole Tapper and Timotei Rossi. Timotei picked up a huge left shift and has just rolled right over the face of Cole Tapper. Now with about a 5 boat length lead, pole on, ready for a set. Here he goes, and I'd expect him to roll into a jibe really quickly to get back onto that long board down towards the marks.
Can they get the spinnaker made to the top of the mast before it goes into the water? Yes, they can. Cole Tapper trailing behind.
Bit of work Cole to do here to close this gauge up, but we've still got to remember that Timotei has the penalty and needs to either engage with Cole to offset the penalty or build up enough gap to clear. And you saw Cole roll into that jibe first onto the long board, and he looks to be laying down through to the gate. So a little bit of a gain for Cole there. I like that move from him.
Definitely saw in that jibe that the boat handling skills on the Australian team are just a little bit more polished than the French. And even in their moding at the moment, a much faster downwind mode in this breeze, a little bit of windward heel. Oh, are they going to save it? And they were very close then to almost going into windward slightly. So regathering themselves and really pushing the limits, knowing here that they need to secure this race win in order to have a chance to go into the semi-finals.
Definitely, the boats are fully worked up here, and on the plane we can see Rossi extending and that big rooster tail just coming out from behind him. You see his jib come up and he's just trying to keep the boat under control and have a nice rack rounding and further extend away from Cole here.
And coming up when we have match 2, where McCutcheon is leading the French. It is interesting here, Jack. We have seen a bit of a change in environment where the wind has gone slightly left and almost laying on the other tack.
Yeah, for sure. We're seeing both marks at the bottom here taking the right-hand turn towards the left-hand side of the course. So they'll be early tacking and almost straight onto a ley line. Once again, Cole, a little bit better mark rounding there, and he's managed to close the distance back up from that earlier wipeout. Rossi now not with enough distance to do a spin to win, where he would do a penalty spin, which would be a tack or a jibe, depending on what league he's on.
And here, Tapper goes for the tack. Try and see what he can get. I mean, this left shift looks like it's going to persist all the way to the top mark. But meanwhile, let's not forget we have only 1 minute 40 until the next match of the day, which is Sargent versus Bernal.
With Bernal in boat 10 and Will Sargent in boat 6. John.
And we're still watching here the second match, which is McCutcheon versus Delaclerc. And McCutcheon leads at the moment as they roll into the top mark.
Really shifty conditions here. You can see Robbie having to work very hard to get the boat on a nice angle.
Yeah, definitely. He has got a little bit of leverage there that he can shut down before that tacking point. This is match 1 that we're watching, Tapa versus French Timothée, and he still has a penalty, Jack. Timothée needs to complete his penalty at some point. Will he do it close to the finish?
Yeah, I'd expect him to keep trying to extend this distance and then, if not, engage on the final downwind and try and kill this penalty.
And we are looking at the boats that are just about to start on the time on your screen. This is Will Sargent versus the Brazilian Bernal.
Will Sargent on the right-hand side of picture here, just leading Bernal into the start. He looks to be on time and will crush Bernal off the start. Really good from him.
Top mark action, top mark carnage a little bit as boats try and get their kites up around the top mark in what looks to be quite a big puff.
Yep, Robbie McCutcheon straight setting there with the blue spinnaker against Ange de Cleur, still behind. And Robbie going for that jibe, just straight down towards the gates. Nice move from him. It's big left phases, still the major feature of the course here. We might see some change of course flags at the bottom here for these later matches.
Looks like Robbie just had a little bit of issues with his spinnaker and now back on track, but has closed the gap a little bit, the French coming from behind. You can see with the images that, yeah, there is a lot of pressure. There's a lot of different pressures coming down. Like I said before, the Westerly in Sydney is notorious for volatility.
I can take those guys if you want to go back up to some mark.
Robbie seems to have quite a big issue with his spinnaker trim
he's
here.
decided, I think, to leave his jib up, which is just causing a bit of issues to the trim on the spinnaker, making it a bit hard for Zach Fong, the trimmer, to keep it set. Ange de Cleur really closing up here on him.
Interesting now as the Kiwis extend away from the French, who have also got some issues with their kite. It is quite windy. This is probably around 19 to 20 knots in this puff, so teams are definitely all on the side and swinging, as you can see. McCutcheon looks to be going to drop his kite as they're coming to the bottom marks.
Yep, early drop from the guys, getting the spinnaker down, and they'll do a right turn and head back to that left-hand side of the course.
It's not an easy task for the crew on board to try and get that spinnaker away with so much breeze blowing it out the front, and you can see the French have really struggled here to get it in time.
Yep, Robbie will keep extending away, even though it wasn't the tidiest of drops. They've done a better job than Ange de Cleur from France here. And then back up to the final, the first match, we have Timothée Rossi still in the lead with the green spinnaker against Cole. Now he's gained a bit on this final upwind, so I think we'll see Rossi keep extending and try and do what we call a spin to win, where he'll do a tack around the pin of the finish line to clear his penalty.
And now this is a really, really important race, because if Timothée does complete this spin before Cole crosses the line, he will have a huge advantage going into the final flight.
Correct, he'll be on match point going into this final flight if he can get that spin done, but Cole just going for the jibe there and getting the boat speed back up to try and close this gauge down.
Could be quite difficult here, Jack, I think, for Timothée and his team to drop the kite and be able to complete that spin, as we do have a lot of breeze and it is shifting around a lot.
Definitely, Cole's coming in with a lot of pace here. He's fully on the step down towards the finish line, so yeah, just got to keep the boat fast and keep closing that gauge down towards Timothée.
And now we have this second match where we have the Kiwis versus the French as well, coming into the top mark with Robbie just to windward of Deleclerc, and still in a lot of left pressure there, would you say, Jack?
Yep, still very much in the left here. We can see both teams doing very long port tacks to make the top mark.
Just want to come down for this French boat in the penalty.
Yeah, we're back to match 1 because we want to see how Timotei and his team execute their penalty. And they're trying to get the spinnaker away. They've got a lot of speed here. They might just be slightly late. And have they remembered they have to get this penalty in before completely finishing?
So
here they go.
Through for the tack. And Timotei will get his bow down and very close in towards the finish line here. But I think he'll just do it. Very close there. But yes, a win for Timotei. Yellow flag up on the committee boat. So Timotei Rossi, 2-1 up against Cole Tapper.
What
Very
a
close
nail-biting finish. That was very exhilarating, knowing that Cole, you know, had that advantage on Timotei the whole race, and yet, unfortunately, just let it go at the end.
Yeah, that left shift at the top mark proved to be very costly for Cole, just giving Timotei that left and letting him split.
And now this is our final start for Flight 2. Jeffrey Peterson against Tom Higgins, and Jeffrey will come off the line ahead of Peterson. But what have we got here? Now they're both tacking onto port.
And Jeffrey just trying to pin him out towards the right-hand ley line. Very long port tack, so he had, yep. So Tom just going for a luff here to try and slow Jeffrey down, but Jeffrey well bow forward and outward to just keep extending.
There was a hand up there.
Flag from them, possible contact, so we'll see what the umpires say. Yellow flag, so that's a penalty for Tom Higgins. Maybe too aggressive in the luff there.
Wow, interesting, isn't it, when you think you can get a penalty on someone else, but you've just inflicted one on yourself. So Higgins has a lot to make up for here, especially that we know Peterson and his crew are quite experienced in this pressure.
Yeah, Tom's got to get ahead here and then find a way to kill his penalty, just like Rossi.
As you can see, teams are in slightly less pressure here, but definitely sailing into more as they head over to the left-hand side of the course.
Heading back up towards the top mark, we have the red spinnaker of Will Sargent leading Nicholas Bernal, heading down towards this first bottom mark for the pair.
As you predicted, Jack, Sargent is leading at the moment with his experience in more breeze and quite good boat handling and speed skills.
Yeah, Sargent just did a really nice job there of controlling the race and not giving away too much gauge to Bernal. Staying in the same water as him and not letting him get a shift that he didn't.
Super interesting seeing the boat sail 2 very different modes at the moment as Sargent tries to stay in the pressure that he's in, whereas it looks like Bernal is searching a little bit higher for some more.
Heading up towards the top mark here, we have another really close match between Robbie McCutcheon and Ange de Cleur. Neck and neck between the two of them.
On our screen at the moment is the final start, which was Jeffrey Peterson and Tom Higgins. Peterson goes for attack just to cover Higgins, and he is certainly well in the lead.
Back up towards the top mark now, and we can see Ange de Cleur on the right-hand side of picture without a kite. Robbie McCutcheon did a big luff after the top mark, and Ange de Cleur going for the jibe onto starboard.
Will he get a penalty there? I did see a flag be raised.
Yeah, potentially a late jibe there from Robbie, so we'll have to see what the umpires say.
That is a green flag.
Green
it is
flag.
clear. No penalties.
Interesting that the boats have not decided to hoist again.
It's a bit of a standoff here, it looks like, Jack, where when one boat hoists, the other will as well, but until that time, no kites are up.
So we can see that in this match, a blue penalty flag up for Robbie McCutcheon. So somewhere through that race, Robbie picked up a penalty. And Ange de Cleur just in control of this race, going for the hoist, and I'd expect to see him luff Robbie up here and not let him give a chance to get back into this race. They're on the final leg down to the finish now for de Cleur to go 2-0 up against Robbie McCutcheon from New Zealand.
Another super interesting pair up, isn't it, Jack? Having the, all-stars that were coming in that we thought were going to be the ones to watch, who unfortunately are making their lives very difficult.
Yeah. So the Delaclerc just doing everything right here, staying to the left-hand side of Robbie, and Robbie going for a jibe to try and get in front of his bow. As long as Delaclerc can keep to the left of him, he's in control of this race, and Robbie can't clear his penalty. Starboard advantage being the key factor here, just for Delaclerc to stay the leeward boat and be able to luff Robbie when he needs to.
And again, like you said, Robbie does still have a penalty here, so he has to do that spin to win, as we previously saw.
Yeah.
Which another penalty cleared there, but Robbie's still having to complete his spin.
So Robbie going for a drop now, trying to get behind him, but little too late. Nothing he can really do here. Ange Leclerc will sail through the finish line and take this win to go 2-0 up against Robbie McCutcheon.
Now looking back up when we're seeing Jeffrey Peterson on screen, who is well advanced of his competitor Tom Higgins. But like we've seen, we can't call this too early because things are changing out here very, very quickly. And it's definitely a game of snakes and ladders.
Big top mark grounding there from Jeffrey, and we'll see him go probably for a straight set here just to get the kite up as his team goes to that big hoist. With a comfortable lead over Tom Higgins here, who still has that penalty from the earlier luffing incident just off the start. Jeffrey will just keep extending here and heading down towards the first bottom mark rounding.
A jibe here from Peterson as he sails clear ahead of Higgins, and he's got very comfortable lead, like you say, Jack, but also he's got very consistent breeze, so there's not too much risk of having anything coming from behind.
For sure, he just needs to keep it clean and keep it calm here. He's well in control of this race and just needs to sail his own boat now and keep it fast. We can see Jeffrey, all the crew at the back of the boat, fully on the step, getting the bow up. Almost a wipe out here from Tom.
Like we've seen already, it is very easy. Oh, here we go. Very
Big windward
much
heel here.
out of control there. It's very easy for the teams to get a lot of heel and almost put the boat on its side with the breeze hitting just at any point in time.
These puffy conditions from Garden Island here just making it super tricky for the teams. The puffs are super sharp and really intense here, so big lulls and big puffs just making it very difficult at the top of the course. Jeffrey just heading for his last drive here into the gate with the jib up, and we'll see him go for the spinnaker drop and pick his gate mark rounding.
Little bit of an early drop for Jeffrey and the American team, but like we've said before, he just needed to sail a low-risk race from now on. He's clear ahead, and Higgins still does have a penalty. So as long as he keeps himself and his team under control, he's pretty much got this one in the bag.
Heading back up to the top mark here, we have Will Sargent in the red spinnaker doing a jibe set, just heading straight downwind towards the finish line against Nicolas Bernal from Brazil.
Another race where the lead is quite comfortable and will continue to extend. We've got Bernal in picture at the moment, having to make up a lot of room to try and catch up to Sargent, and both boats will be heading now down towards the finish. Sargent
just sailing a very low risk, just straight at the finish line now, and will be very comfortable in for his to even the quarterfinal series against Burnell.
It's quite interesting. Now we have a bit of a turning point in the quarterfinals where, you know, we're seeing teams that have 2-0 and other teams which are 1-1. So it starts to make for super interesting racing as well on a course which is so shifty that anything can happen.
Yeah, really interesting race course out here. Lots of puffs coming from all different directions and big holes and that teams can get stuck in, and lots of losses.
Sargent just going for his final drive towards the finish. May not even worry about putting the pole out again, as they're just going to come in and drop the kite, preparing for the flight 3. It's a little bit light where the Brazilians are at the moment. As you can see, there's not that much breeze where they are, but there is definitely more ahead of them. And they're just having to sail towards the finish as they already know that they've unfortunately lost that match. We only have one match still in progress, and that is the US Jeffrey Peterson and Irish Tom Higgins. Unfortunately, Tom behind still carries a penalty, so has a lot to make up for in the last few legs of this race.
You can see Jeffrey just having to do a lot of steering coming up towards the top mark here. These big puffs and big shifts just making it really hard to drive the boat, having to be very predictive with the steering heading into these puffs and lulls.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of, you know, body weight movement from the crew as well, as much as everyone's still got to roll on the boat, trimming the sails and making sure controls are all set up. They still have to have as much weight over the side as possible, try and keep the boat as flat as possible whilst holding as the most power that they possibly can in the rig.
Jeffrey just coming up to his lay line, he'll do his final tack in towards the top mark and then go for his spinnaker hoist. Bit of breeze on for Jeffrey for this spinnaker hoist, so we'll see how him and his team go.
So that purple top mark is the change of mark. As we said, the breeze had shifted quite far left, so teams get to go around a different top mark in order for the race to be a little bit more even. And there they are, passing Tom Higgins from Ireland as they race down to the finish. It's unfortunate here, Jack. There's not much really that you can do in this situation, and it feels as though, you know, the team already knows what the outcome's going to be. So it's a little bit disappointing on board, but they still have to go through the finish line.
For sure, Evie. It's yeah, always good sportsmanship to keep fighting until the very end. And yeah, Jeffrey just been extending this whole race here and well in control the whole time. We've seen that the past 2 races from him. He's very quick in both the breeze and the very light conditions, so definitely on form at the moment.
Yeah, I think he's definitely been the one to watch and will be the one to watch for the rest of the quarterfinals, semis and the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, he's still undefeated in this World Championship.
Wow, that's an amazing feat, just to be undefeated so far in the regatta. It definitely shows a great teamwork and ability to come to any location and venue and really take the most from it.
Tom just with a huge wine glass in his spinnaker here, trying to get the big twist out.
Which is really what...
We see Mark Murray on the bow here, working his magic. Seems to be slowly coming out here. And now finally set. Last. You go, Evie.
Final jive for Jeffrey as he heads over the finish line. Another win for the unbeaten American team.
With this increase in pressure here, we're starting to see a few more waves over the course, so a little bit more chop coming into Sydney Harbour for this westerly direction, and giving a few waves for this teams to surf downwind, and a little bit of waves to steer through on the upwind, as we see Tom just rolling around in these waves here, soaking down and surfing on them.
Makes it really important for the coordination to be quite on between the trimmers and the skipper. Would you say, Jack, as a lot of load goes through the boat depending on how much breeze they're in, especially when they're in more breeze, the helm is feeling a lot of helm.
For sure, especially seeing as Tom here doesn't have a kite, making it very unstable for the trimmer here. Last jive for Tom, very nice jive there. Straight into the finish.
And that concludes Flight 2 for the quarterfinals.
And what a flight it was. Lots of really close racing and tight matches. So recapping the Flight 2 results, we had Timotei Rossi win again over Cole Tapper to put him 2-0 up. Ange Leclerc from France winning again against Robbie McCutcheon to put him 2-0 up. Nicholas Bernal lost to Will Sargent and Will even score. So they're one apiece. And Tom Higgins losing that one to Jeffrey Peterson, putting Jeffrey 2-0 up, heading into Flight 3.
Fantastic. What an interesting flight. Like you said, we had a lot of penalties and a lot of mistakes on the boat handling, even from our top players. It's really, the westerly has exposed some of the sailors that we originally thought were going to be able to handle this weather. So I think at the moment the only certainty we have, Jack, is Jeffrey Peterson and his undefeated team from America. Everyone else, I think, is a little bit startled by the change in environment and the pressure of the quarterfinals.
For sure, yeah. These races have all been super tight and lots of passing. But, you know, these teams that are 2-0 downs, it's never over, and they've just got to keep their heads up and keep fighting right to the very end. They know they can do it. They know they're fast. Just little shifts here and there being the decider between the two. One mistake is all it takes for a boat to pass and get ahead.
So we have a few matches going into the next flight which can possibly be the decider. Cole Tapper really needs to secure the next race for him to even have a chance to get into the semi-finals. If he is beaten by Rossi, then he unfortunately is out, and Rossi will proceed to the semi-finals. Exactly the same thing for McCutcheon, as he needs to secure the next race win over Delclair to be able to have a chance to get to further in the competition.
Likewise for Jeffrey Peterson as well. One more win for him and that'll secure his spot into the semi-final. We've seen the race committee shift the top marks a little bit further left during these races, so we'll see if the left-hand side is still as favoured as we thought and there's more puffs coming out of that side, or whether it was just a one shift as this westerly continued to build in through these Flight 2 races.
Yeah, I think on a macro level, Jack, what we're seeing is this front coming in as the breeze shifts towards the south. We're seeing more clouds coming over the city, and as you can see on the image on the screen, the land on Garden Island doesn't make it easy for the breeze to hit the water in one place. So we're getting lots of shifts and lots of uncertainty along the race course, which means teams start to have to sail quite close to one another, right, so that they can minimise the leverage, minimise the separation, and the possibility for a team to snag a little random shift from somewhere that comes out of nowhere.
Definitely, and we saw that in the first race at the first top mark rounding between Cole Tapper and Timotei Rossi. Rossi just picking up a huge shift there after Cole giving him a little bit of separation, a little bit of gauge, and that being the decider for Rossi to just get ahead and stay ahead. One of the sailors that we saw really minimising the gauge, Will Sargent, he continued to extend the whole race, and likewise for Jeffrey Peterson, just getting ahead, minimising the gauge and shutting the race down.
Yeah, the only things that will really expose some of the teams and that we have seen is some of those big gusts that come out of nowhere, especially downwind, can off-put the boat handling, even of some of the best teams. So keeping everything super polished and keeping the kind of emotions and nerves on board low, especially when everything else is very variable.
For sure, especially for these teams on match point heading into the final race, just really taking it back to basics and keeping the race clean. Really, a lot of these teams are really good on their boat handling, and yeah, but all it takes is one mistake for a team to pass, so focusing on the basics is the key for these next few races. So heading into this next flight through, we won't have any boat swaps again until the end of this race, if there are more races for the teams.
And that's because, Jack, we can only do it in every second flight, is that correct?
Yes, but with an amendment to the SIs, only Robbie McCutcheon and Andre Leclerc can change, because Robbie elected to change boats in the first race, so the other teams will not be able to change boats in their respective matches.
Change those batteries.
We're just waiting at the moment for the race committee to move the top mark a little bit more towards the left, as they still have the change of course top mark in, so they need to pick that one up and change it over.
We've got damage on 2 boats, so we're waiting for those.
We have damage on 2 boats, so we're waiting for some equipment and repairs to be made so that we can continue with the quarterfinal racing.
Fixing it.
Just in picture here, we've got Will Sargent just doing a little running repair to his boat. Something to do with the end of the boom, main sheet.
Outhaul maybe.
Maybe outhaul. Sure, it's not a major, but best to fix it.
a good opportunity, Jack, for teams to try and, improve some of the setup or anything communication-wise on board in between flights. Now is the time to do it. Everything rides on these last few matches for the quarterfinals, as we are deciding who is going to move through into the semi-finals. That is places 1 to 4 in the semi-finals. So in the next few races, we will know who has finished in 5, 6, 7 and 8.
Yeah, really win or swim here for some of the competitors to get through to the next round. Match point, as we said before. So do or die time for Cole, Robbie and Tom Higgins.
Looks like we still have some issues on boat 6 with maybe an equipment repair has been made. Yeah, I think you're right, Jack. Looks like the main sheet might have just had issue with a pulley or maybe with the running systems. This doesn't make it easy when we've got an island and puffy breeze in the way. Looks like we're just trying to get final preparations done and the crew member back on board.
Looks like a clue strap or a strap for the main sheet block that's come off.
Well, Sargent did well to win that race with some damage or something that was faulty.
Yeah, he sure did. Kept extending the whole race, so he's definitely got the boat handling and the boat speed.
Yeah, I think, like you said, Jack, this is an experienced team, especially in breeze. I think there's some new crew members on board, young Joel Beashall and Eddie Reid. Will Sargent and Paige Cowdercoat have sailed together before, winning the SB20 World Championships earlier this year. But, putting a few new team members in can really switch up the dynamic.
Yeah, the new crew members are all good sailors, so I'm sure Joel and Will are picking up really fast and learning really quickly.
Here we go. We're just swapping our crew member Hugo Leeming back on to boat 6 as we prepare for the third flight. So we did have some conflicts there, Jack. We had 2 collisions. We had Timothy Rossi try and dip behind Tapper unsuccessfully and unfortunately hit him in the stern. It was definitely something that we thought was going to ruin Rossi's race, but he came back with the spin to win, like you say, and actually beat Tapper even with a penalty.
Yeah, he did. Did really well to keep extending there and have enough to spin to win in these really heavy wind conditions. It's not easy to build enough gauge against someone like Cole Tapper, who is quick around the course.
Yeah, I think it really speaks for the underdogs coming through and how impressive it is to see different teams really have their success on Sydney Harbour.
For sure.
7.
All right, we are preparing here for our 7-minute flag to go up before the start of flight 3. We have first up Timotei Rossi versus Cole Tapper, and a race where Cole needs to secure a win to stay in the competition. We then have Ange Delaclaire versus Robbie McCutcheon, Nicholas Benam versus Will Sargent, and Tom Higgins versus Jeffrey Peterson. It's our 7-minute flag up for Rossi and Tapper.
So recapping the overall quarterfinal scores for the Australian 2023 Youth Match Racing World Championships. In match 1, we have Timotei Rossi from France, 2-0 up against Cole Tapper from Australia. Ange Delaclaire from France, 2-0 up against Robbie McCutcheon from New Zealand. Nicholas Benau and Will Sargent tied on wins. And Jeffrey Peterson from the USA, 2-0 up against Tom Higgins.
So Tapper, you can see in boat 2 is preparing to enter on the starboard side. And at the other end of the line is Timotei Rossi preparing to enter from port. Almost looks like a little bit of a shorter start line here.
Yeah, they might have moved the pin in a little bit. That'll make it interesting for the teams with their dial up or dial down manoeuvres. So we'll have to see what happens. I'm sure it's still long enough to be able to get a dial up in. These Elite 7 boats are very manoeuvrable, so you can really throw them around in this much breeze.
Here we go as teams prepare 1 minute until they need to enter for their 3rd race today.
Just looking up at course again, breeze still similar strength to the race before. Maybe not as puffy as it was down the bottom. We'll have to see what it's like further up the top, but definitely still breeze on and lots of wind for these competitors.
Here you can see Cole Tapper in boat 2 timing his distance to that boat end so that he enters exactly on 4 minutes. A little bit more difficult as Rossi on the other end of the line doesn't have that same space, so he can't do a full runway, but he is prepared as he prepares to bear away the boat and dip the line to meet Tapper for a dial up.
Both boats enter here, and you see Cole coming up for a dial up. Timotei might be ahead of him for a high cross. Cole just tacking underneath there and still in control of Timotei at this point. He'll look to block his jibe and keep pushing him out into the playground.
Looks like Tapper's going to be following Timotei here as they head down towards the behind the line for circles. No, Timotei has jibed trying to get him on starboard and didn't quite make it.
He's doing his first of circles, but Cole straight into a tack circle here to get him back on starboard, and Timotei in a little bit of trouble here, having to tack underneath very early.
We are quite close to the boat here, which creates another obstruction for the teams to try and figure out how they can possibly get their opponent a penalty in this pre-start.
Cole just running into leeward there, making Timotei tack out, and he'll follow him back down into the playground, which the playground, by the way, is the area to the right-hand side of the committee boat where we see the teams doing these circles and doing these manoeuvres to kill the time off. Relatively low-risk area to be in on the start because you can lay the start line on starboard tack and not have any obligations to keep clear from boats being on port.
You can see here as the teams are leading away from the line, Timotei really decides what he wants to do with this pre-start as Cole follows behind.
Timotei just looking to pick his lead back time here, and Cole will decide whether he takes the lead. Cole looking like he's elected to push here if Timotei doesn't tack back. Yep, Timotei's taking the lead here, so Cole will be pushing Timotei towards the line.
We've just got under 2 minutes here until the first match of the third flight, and Cole really needs to secure this win, Jack.
He does. He is at match point. If Timotei secures this race, he will be through to the semi-finals. Coming up to 1 minute 30 on the clock. Both boats still killing time. Quite early for the start still. Cole just picking his time to put his bow down towards Rossi and push him early towards the line. He's got a lot of gauge up to windward, and he might be on starboard lay here for the boat, so getting a wide right start.
That's something important that we haven't really touched on as well, is that these match racers need to think about their lay lines. If they're able to lock out their competitor, well, then they have an advantage as well. It's just 1 minute to go before the first match of the third flight.
Cole just being really patient here and just waiting for his opportunity to attack if he needs to. There we see big bow down from Cole, going for the hook. Lots of breeze on here, big puff.
Just 40 seconds to go, and both teams look like they're going to be tight on pin lay.
Expect to see Cole tack out here and probably start on port at the boat. Split tack start again.
Cole going for the hook again, and Timotei has tacked off with 20 seconds to go. He's got to try and see if he can possibly come back to the line.
Timotei really early here, has to go for a jibe. Cole will look to block it. He can't get it in. Really good work from Cole there. Great work from Cole to take full control of the start and racing back towards the line. And there's go. Cole firmly in the lead here.
What an interesting pre-start. We did see a few changes of control with Tapper successful in taking the advantage off the line, starting ahead of Timotei. Both boats are now on starboard in plenty of breeze as they sail up the first work. Here is a lot of skill in trying to figure out how much power to spill with each gust and how to keep the boat as fast as possible through the water when they really don't need much power at all.
And Timotei just coming back at Cole here.
Will he be able to get him on starboard? Yes, he will. That is a close cross. A close under tack for the two teams. And it looks like we could be back into quite close competition as the breeze evens out.
Now heading into the next start, we have a change of match order for this flight with Will Sargent and Nicholas Bernal now entering for the start.
When we are still looking at Cole Tapper to leeward from Australia and Timothy Rossi from France above, just trying to get through each puff as fast as possible. It's a really test of skills here, Jack, as the teams are really pushing the limits of the boats.
Yeah, Rossi just having a really nice mode there to hold to windward of Cole and being able to force him out to this left-hand side. Rossi will look to pin Cole out to this ley line and then tack back right on his ear and throw disturbed wind, slowing Cole down all the way back to the top mark.
And unfortunately, there's not much that the Australian team can really do in this position. There's not much of an escape unless they're able to do exactly what they've just done and try and clear attack and start attacking duel again with Rossi.
Yeah, you're seeing the big difference here between a team of 4 up and a team of 5. Rossi with a 5-up team has a little bit, maybe more leverage on the rail, another team member, another set of hands, just meaning that Rossi can focus on his steering more and his crew can hike a little bit harder, where Cole might not have that luxury and has to hike really hard to make up for it. Rossi doing all the right things at the moment, just staying right on Cole's ear here and throwing disturbed air down onto him.
Here we go, another attack by the Australian team to really fight back, as they know that they need this win and know that they can get ahead of the French if they've really put their skills into play.
Really short, sharp tacking duel here. Also noticing that Cole Tapper has a green flag out, suggesting he might have a breakage on the boat. We'll have to look out and see what that might be and how it may be affecting him in this race.
They look like they're holding in pretty well here, Jack, as they're almost on lay. It could make for an interesting second leg as the boats go around the top mark.
Definitely a little bit of a righty here, so all it takes is one more big righty for Cole to get back into this and have a tack over towards him. Back to the start here now. We have Nicholas Bernal on the left-hand side of picture and Will Sargent in boat 6 to the right. 1 minute to go for the start. Both boats look to be relatively late for the start, with Will Sargent just controlling Bernal back to this line, trying to luff him above that boat lay line.
Yeah, again, this is definitely Will Sargent's conditions. He and his team are definitely experienced in more breeze, and they'll look to try and get that advantage off the line with Bernal.
As we see Cole picking up a little bit of right shift and being able to come back towards Timotei, taking that lead back.
How fantastic, as this is the race which is really going to decide the fate of the Australians. So both teams here have pre-poled, have got their pole already ready to go to set the kite. A little right-hand shift has made it hard for the boats to go around the top mark, but they have cleared it successfully and will hoist to go downwind.
Great set from Cole there. Spinnaker went up really early and he's gone straight into the jibe to keep his air clear. Really nice work from Cole.
We're back here to the second race start as the boats have just started coming off the line. This is Will Sargent from Australia and Bernal from Brazil as they tack onto port. And we do have the Brazilians out in front at the moment. At the top, Tapper from Australia has extended. What a turnaround of this race we've seen, Jack. Previously, Tapper was behind in the first work and really fought hard, doing a big tacking duel to get to the top mark ahead of the French.
Yeah, we're seeing the really shifty conditions up towards Garden Island play a huge effect in this race. Last race, Rossi picked up a shift. This race, Cole picks up a shift and gets ahead. So we'll see if Cole can keep extending in the puffies in at the moment and capitalise on the gain he's made here.
Like you said, Jack, it's quite obvious that the Australians do have really polished downwind technique. They've extended a fair bit on this downwind, which will help them for the next upwind. As the breeze has, in fact, kind of subsided a little bit. We're definitely seeing a lot more lulls than gusts, and it's really making for some separation in the racing.
For sure, we're seeing a really good job here of Will Sargent just controlling Bernal and minimising the gauge, staying well in control of this race and not letting Bernal get a sniff to get ahead. Like we saw just before, it just takes one shift for the boats to pass. If Will can stay in the same water as Nicholas from Brazil, then he will keep extending in this race.
Yeah, it's a big defence game for the boat when you're in front, and try and not be too greedy even though you think that you're gaining on a lift. If your competitor's sailing away, you need to be able to minimise that risk and come back to them.
As we see them just going for their tacking duels, Will just throwing that disturbed air down onto Bernal to make him keep tacking and stay slow.
Here we are in the pre-start for the third race, which is in fact McCutcheon and Deleclerc, as it is 2 minutes and 15 to go.
This is Jeffrey Peterson here and Tom Higgins, with Jeffrey and boat 1 just to leeward of left of picture, just to leeward of Tom, luffing him up here. Both boats above the boat ley line here, heading back towards the start, and quite early. So Tom has a lot of work here to kill this time and get a start away. Just a reminder that this is match point for Tom. He must win this race to stay in the regatta and have a hope of making the semi-finals. So we see Tom just tack out and go for a circle to kill that time. Jeffrey will look to try and block his jibe, but I think Tom's just got enough there. No, he hasn't. Jeffrey's done a really good job of getting down inside. Flag from Jeffrey. We'll see what the umpires say.
That's
Green flag.
Green flag, no penalty given. We're just coming up to 1 minute here, as the boats are still quite close to the line, so not needing to sail back yet and needing to kill some time.
Seeing a change of course as well here. This race and some other races heading to the purple top mark.
We've got 45 seconds to go as the Irish really fight hard to try and get an advantage over the Americans, where they need this race as well. If they can secure a win, then they might be able to survive against the undefeated American. But the American team, as we know, are very strong and have succeeded so far in the regatta.
Looking back up the course now, we're seeing the first 2 matches that have started before. Cole Tapper and Timoteo Rossi, and Will Sargent and Nicholas Bernal.
Yeah, we've had a small decrease in pressure, so teams are able to sail with a little bit more power, but it is still quite puffy, which means that, you know, like we've said, the risk really needs to be managed well.
Just on picture now, we have, I believe that's Will Sargent rounding the... Will Sargent rounding the top mark ahead of Nicholas Bernal with the red spinnaker. He's managed to extend on this upwind leg.
And this is their mode where they sail downwind very quickly. We know that this team is quite strong, especially downwind in this breeze. As they won the previous match, it looks to be like they've already started quite far ahead in this match as well.
Cole Tapper, boat 2 here, managing to keep his lead over Timoteo Rossi and tacking onto ley line for the top mark. This will be his final leg once he rounds the top mark to head back down to the finish line.
And this is really promising for the Australian team. They needed this win to stay in the regatta, and this is what they have done. They really have polished off their teamwork and their skills to fight back so that they have a shot at getting into the semi-finals. You can see the spinnaker goes up very cleanly, and the crew all quite settled early as Tapper decides to jibe, possibly to stay in pressure. Further down the course now, we have Sargent ahead with the red spinnaker, getting chased by Bernal on their second leg. So they still have a whole nother lap to complete, whereas Cole and the 2 boats behind will be coming down to the finish. As you can see, we are also still in sequence as McCutcheon and Deleclerc are beginning to start their third match as well.
Rossi just sitting in Spinnaker now, heading downwind to chase Cole Tapper. We'll see if he can pick up a miracle shift, but quite far behind at this point.
It's very different pressure across the racecourse now. Lots of lines and random sort of shifts that are coming over the land, so it's making it super difficult for risk to be managed by the boats in front, but it's also making lots of opportunities come up for the boats behind. Here's the Australian team, Cole Tapper and his team coming into the finish with a sigh of relief as they are still in the game, securing a win in the third flight.
This puts Cole at 2-1 down in the series in a first to three race. So still a lot of work to do for Cole to get to even and then win that all-important final race if he can manage to do so.
Here we're looking at Sargent and Bernal as they begin a little bit of attacking jaw heading upwind. Quite left pressure that they're in at the moment, but we have seen that change a little bit up the top as the island is just restricting some of the breeze. So it is kind of getting some righties at the top here, Jack.
Yeah, definitely. We can see the Irish top of screen here making a big gain out of the right-hand side. So we'll see if the matches further down the course can capitalise on this right-hand shift.
Yeah, really closing the gap back between the Irish and the Americans here as they head to their top mark. Will be super interesting to see if Higgins can pull this off.
Tom just doing a really good job here of holding Jeffrey out past the ley line. Super light winds now here at the moment. Both crews sitting in, trying to power the boats up.
It's really good to see that Tom and the team have been able to cool their heads a little bit more and hold in strategically to try and see if they can up one on the American. Here we are. Higgins goes for a jibe and Peterson will match to try and block his air as he sails from behind.
Really big left-hand shift now. Both boats doing an early jibe and soaking down towards these gates. Super hard to pick at the top of the course here. Breeze has gotten a lot lighter now. So teams will have to keep their head out of the boat and watch for that all-important next shift.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're probably going to see some more changing in position during this race against the Irish with the Americans, just because the race course has gotten even more volatile. It means that it might give opportunity for the Irish to secure a win over the undefeated Americans.
Jeffrey just doing a really nice job of soaking down on the inside of Tom here. If they need to drive again to the gates, he'll be in a very strong position to look for a roll and look to get on the ear of Tom.
It's where it becomes quite tight here, and both teams inside the boat need to be doing their jobs very well. As you can see, if one little collapse in the spinnaker can affect boat speed immensely.
Nice work from Tom there. Just managed to pick a point where Jeffrey was looking backwards and didn't see him jibe. So Tom heading back towards the more middle of the course, but maybe Jeffrey's picked up a little bit of a puff and gained back on Tom here.
And we're coming back up to the top mark here as we see Sargent lead Bernal into the final top mark. we are going to this purple top mark, as it has been a change of course. And as you can see, there's a lot of sporadic gusts on the water, so it looks like Sargent's going to come around in a good puff.
Will Sargent just setting the red spinnaker there against Bernal on this final run into the finish.
And we've actually had a change of lead with the Americans taking the lead against the Irish. Peterson is definitely not going down without a fight, and unfortunately Higgins has just let him go with a little sneaky puff. Driving away from him maybe wasn't the right thing to do.
Yep, that early drive definitely not paying off for Tom there. Just let Jeffrey slip around the outside of him. That would be gutting. But he's still in this match about 5-6 boat lengths behind, so it's never over till it's over, and especially in these shifty conditions that we're having here.
Yeah, exactly right. We've already seen before that this game is ever changing at the moment, and the gusts are really just coming from every direction. So if it's not over until it's over. Sargent is leading the Brazilians towards the finish here as we finish the match 3 of Flight 3.
That's correct. It seems Robbie McCutcheon and Ange Declerc haven't started their race. Maybe a boat issue or a green flag, so we'll have to get an update on that from the race committee and figure out what's happened there for you guys.
So we still have eyes here on Sargent, the Australian leading Bernal, the Brazilian into the finish. Brazilian team goes for a jibe in hope of maybe passing them in this puff. Interesting here, Jack, that the Australian team has decided not to jibe with.
Yeah, I think they're just keeping it simple and doing one and into the finish here. Bernal looks a little bit more lifted now, and Will just staying in that pressure for a touch longer.
You're right. Sargent looks like he is going to lay the pin from here, and it was certainly just a safe one and into the finish. But it's interesting, Bernal is coming in quite hot with that final pressure line.
Still don't think it's not enough for him, as Will Sargent crosses the finish line and goes 2-1 up in the third flight.
And so the final race that we have at the moment is Tom Higgins and Jeffrey Peterson. It looks like we still have the American ahead as we head towards the top mark. They're just both coming in here on port lay almost. Unfortunately, little lefty for the Irish, so they will just follow the Americans into the starboard lay. Here's the American team preparing to go for a tack set, rounding the top mark for the last time. And Higgins from Ireland trailing behind to see if he can gain some sort of advantage.
Both boats just straight sitting on the long jibe down towards the committee boat. Tom Higgins still about 5 boat lengths behind, and just seeing Jeffrey square off a little bit and head straight towards that finish line.
So we might have here a final match for Tom Higgins from Ireland if he can't squeeze a miracle out of this last leg. Looks like he is gaining a little bit here, Jack, would you say? It doesn't look like the breeze is coming down towards the Americans.
That's correct. He is definitely gaining, but Jeffrey just keeping that gauge inside of Tom and protecting that, maybe a final drive back. Still quite a lot of distance. It's one thing to catch up to a boat in match racing, but trying to pass a boat is a whole nother different game.
Could be interesting here as we have some right pressure looking upwind. You can see Jeffrey standing up, turning around, thinking about, his crew turning around, thinking about what is going to be the next pressure and what will be the next play.
Definitely. Jeffrey just still extending it a little bit there, actually. He's just picked up a little bit more puff than Tom and managed to sail a little bit nicer. So still quite a bit of gauge, and he's very comfortable into this finish line. Great overhead shot of the team here with the grey spinnaker. Jeffrey and crew just controlling the boat, sailing a really nice fast mode into the committee boat as they'll roll into their final jibe soon and head straight towards that line.
And here we go, they set up for their final jibe. Lovely execution and rotation of the kite. And as the Americans cross the finish line, this is their pass straight into the semi-finals. Unfortunately, Tom Higgins of Ireland is now out of the competition, and he will finish in
Fifth, I think.
Fifth position.
Fifth, I think. We'll have to confirm that. But
yeah. We also have, we did have the Foxtrot flag come back up because we're not quite sure what's happened with the third match for McCutcheon and Delclair.
we did hear some damage before the Flight 3, so potential damage to one of their boats that maybe was getting fixed. So one more race for Robbie McCutcheon and Ange Decleur to make up. And a reminder that Ange Decleur is on 2 wins and Robbie McCutcheon on 0. So match point for that match.
And it's certainly the day for match point, as the breeze is really just coming in and out here. We've got a little bit more now as it's increased again, but it's really flicking around from either side.
So a recap of the results from Flight 3 of the Australia 2023 Youth Match Racing World Championships. Cole Tapper beating Timoteo Rossi, Nicholas Bernal losing to Will Sargent, and Jeffrey Peterson getting that all-important final win to secure a ticket to the semi-finals. heading into Flight 4 now. We're in sequence for the first match lineup against Cole Tapper entering on port and Timothée Rossi from France entering on starboard.
Again, this could be an interesting match because Cole needs to secure this race win as well.
He does. He's still on match point as they come into their 4 minutes here. Needs the win again. And there's the 4 minutes just entering now. Another dial-up manoeuvre for both teams here. Cole doing a bit of an early tack and rolling into a jibe to try and get around Timothée here. It's got the jibe in and will now be heading towards the right-hand side of the committee boat or the playground.
It'll be interesting to see, Jack, how the Australian team goes after a little bit of a confidence boost in the last match, still knowing that they have to be hungry to win this one, but, you know, at least they're able to stay in the competition.
For sure, match racing is a lot about momentum as well. Seems maybe a little change of momentum towards Cole in these past few races. He's been on top of Rossi the past 2 starts, so we'll see if he can do the same in this one.
And here they are going for their circles on this right-hand side of the committee boat, trying to kill some time as we still have 2 minutes 30 to the first match of the 4th flight.
Coming up to 2 minutes here. Rossi leading Tapper away from the committee boat. We should look for him to jibe, yep, just as we see now, and head back towards the line, and we'll see if Cole wants to push. Yep, he's going for the tack here, so looks like he wants to push Timothée back towards the line. One more circle for Cole. Both boats just killing time. And a little bit of a lead change here, so Cole has decided to take the lead and lead both boats back towards the line.
And there's a flag up there from the French boat with a green flag, so no penalty to anyone, but was trying to get a penalty there on the Australians.
Cole just getting hooked there with Rossi coming in with a lot of speed and having to do a tack out. Now Rossi has the lead back into this start, and Cole pushing hard to try and make him early. But that tack wiping off a lot of time, so Rossi does not have a lot of time to kill here, and looks to be in control of the start at the moment.
Will be interesting to see here, Jack, if Rossi is actually going to be able to lock Tapper out of the box, just becoming onto the boat lay here.
Yeah, it looks like Cole's still got swing there, so he can always swing behind just as he's done now. Still a little bit to go to the starboard ley line for the boat. Cole will just keep pushing him down the line and try and get, looks like he's trying to get a wide right start here just as he brings his bow up.
Yeah, a fair bit of separation between the boats now as we just come under 20 seconds before this start. Rossi's still with a lot of speed. He's going to be early if he keeps that up, so he's got to be able to slow his boat down before getting to the line.
Both boats racing here to go, and Cole getting that wide right start. If he can hold a lane, he will have definitely won the start here. Another start to Cole, so that's 3 starts that Cole has won in my eyes. Let's see if he can capitalise on it and convert it into a race win to stay in this quarterfinal matchup.
Yeah, really interesting here as the French push forward slightly on the Australians' bow. of course, the Australians still blocking any movement from the French. So it'll be interesting to see why Cole decided to start to windward here, knowing that we have had a lot of left pressure coming out of the top.
Good high mode here from Cole, just holding off and trying to get Timotei to that left-hand lay line. He'll have to do it quickly though, as we see some more lefties coming further up the course. Back towards the start here, we have Will Sargent against Nicholas Bernal again. Robbie McCutcheon has not started this race as the schedule, so more problems there for that matchup.
No, it looks like we're going to have a boat swap situation with the Kiwis and the French. Maybe something was broken on one of their other boats.
So as we see in our picture now, Nicholas in boat 10 and Will Sargent in boat 6 just heading into that right-hand side of the committee boat.
Yeah, split either side here of the committee boat to come away back down past the line to begin their circles.
Coming back to the first race here, Cole managing to hold that wide right position, building a little bit more gauge to Timotei, but starting to hit some left pressure here at the moment. So we'll see if he can keep that gauge open and still hold his windward position, forcing Timotei to that lay line.
This is a really tricky position the Australians are in now, because the French will keep sailing a high mode in order to slow the Australians down. And it's very tricky for the Australians to keep their groove so that they can keep speed but also height, because they need to keep clear of the French.
Back towards the start here now, we've got Will Sargent and Nicholas Bernal doing their circles. Just wiping the time off the clock and fighting for control in this pre-start. Will Sargent 2-1 up in this matchup, so we'll see if he can get another win on the board here.
And we're back up, coming towards the top mark now as the Australians remain bow forward of the French. Little righties, in fact, as we come to the top mark, and so there could be another 2 tacks to happen here, but we're back down watching the pre-start of the second match, which is Sargent versus Bernal, and that was a very close situation. I wonder if there was a flag raised there, Jack.
Not sure, didn't see a flag from many of the boats, but we'll wait and see if there was an umpire call.
We're back up the top as we are approaching the first top mark for the 4th flight. Very tricky pressures, very streaky, and very hard for teams to sail the boats efficiently because every little puff is knocking them around in a different direction.
Yeah, they're shifting through probably about 30 degrees of angle change here. Really, really tricky conditions for the skippers to keep the boat powered up and keep trucking towards this top mark. Cole doing a good job of just staying on Timotei's line and throwing that dirty air down, as we see Chelsea just putting the pole on there, and same with the bow for the French. And
I think that was a hit of the boom onto that mark. It could be a penalty here for the Australians if the French flag it, if someone flags it. Possibly not.
In match racing, you're allowed to hit the boom or the sails on the mark as long as the hull doesn't touch. Cole's all right. So
oh, there you go. My bad.
Cole will be fine here. He's still ahead, but Timotei hot on the heels and ready to pounce on Cole.
What an exciting race we have going on here, but we're going to head back down now to our second match, where we're just coming off the line with the Brazilians leading the Australians from the pin, and they are off and racing for their 3rd race today. 4th.
Great start from the Brazilians there. Getting a tight leeward position against Will.
and lots of action happening here with our Australian versus French match, and a big wipeout from the French as they're trying to keep the rig under the boat. They didn't quite manage, so they have a little bit of a hotter angle coming in to these bottom marks.
We'll see if Cole can lay down here. He might even have to do one more jibe if he doesn't get a puff and get in here.
You know,
Looks
the
like he's
French
in a bit of
wipeout
pressure.
was almost an advantage for them as they gained a little bit of fluid, giving them an advantage to get on the inside of the Australians.
You could say that, but I think Cole is laying into the zone, so he will own this right-hand turn back over towards the left-hand side of the racecourse, which we've seen has paid for most of these upwinds. So Cole still in control of this race here.
And a good drop from the Aussies to round the mark just ahead of the French. Big puff on as they round the mark to try and stay ahead of the French. The French will tack, and looks like the Aussies will have to follow.
Bit of rounding there from Cole. It looks like he's just keep extending and keeping the boat fast. He'll go for his tack here now and just look to keep the gauge closed and minimise the risk of Rossi getting a right-hand shift back towards him.
And that was a really semi-close from the Brazilians, just going behind the Aussies. As we've seen, Sargent and his team are quite strong in this breeze, Jack.
Yeah, they are. They did a really nice job off the start there to build some gauge and keep the right there. They've just tacked onto quite a big lefty now, and they'll look to put the bow down and go fast towards that top mark. But we'll see if Nicholas can bring anything back towards Will and close the gauge back up.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see if we get those same righties that we saw in the previous match. But we're back down now with footage of Tapper on the screen as he leads the French. Unfortunately, the French have just pushed into a little bit more pressure, but still with a huge gap of leverage in between the two boats.
Yeah, the French in quite a low fast mode here over to some righties on the right-hand side of the track, just as they tack now. But I think Cole's done enough to stay ahead, but we'll see what happens in this cross.
It could be close here, Jack. It looks like the French have gained a little bit, but not enough to be clear ahead.
Good tactical move there from Cole, just lee-bowing him and bouncing him back out to the right-hand side.
The pressure's become really streaky on the course now. Lots of pressure differential between the gust and the lull, so it makes it super hard for teams to adapt from one transition to the next. We are seeing quite a big split here between the Australians and the French. Maybe Cole is trying to find something out on this left-hand side that the French haven't quite seen.
Yeah, looking further up the course here, Will Sargent has just picked up a huge lefty, so that could play in the hands of Cole quite a bit, capitalising on the big left-hand shift as Will comes into this top mark here. Managed to extend on the Brazilians, but we'll see what the delta between the boats is at the top mark.
It'll be super close here, but the Aussies, they have almost pre-poled. They've got a pole halfway out of their boat. Maybe they were looking for that lefty to continue, but unfortunately it didn't quite. So the Brazilians are going to round just ahead of them, and let's see who can get it on this downwind. Bit of an awkward set there from both boats, but now with the spinnakers set, it's a bit of a game of who can stay in the pressure best. Sargent just to leeward there of Bernal with the ability to luff. Will he be able to, or will he just jibe on top?
I would look to Will here to be able to jibe on top. They're not on lay line for the mark, so Will just holding that inside line and preparing for a simo jibe or a simultaneous jibe where both boats will jibe at the same time. Will look to get on Nicholas Bernal's ear and roll over the top of him.
and back towards the top mark. We do have Tapper just to windward of the French. It'll be interesting to see here who does a better set, because it's almost just down to that.
Super close race here, and a reminder that Cole is on match point, so he must stay ahead on this final downwind leg.
And it's not an easy one to stay ahead on. This is really puffy. The race course is changing all the time. Even though we do have a really tight race here, we've got another tight race just ahead of them with Sargent and Banal as they are fighting to see who can clear the drive.
Great set there from Cole Tapper. He extended on the set there and did an early drive on the inside. We'll see if he can hold the gauge and keep this lead into the finish here.
There's quite a dark path behind him. You can even see it on the camera. He's going to get into this, and he is absolutely flying compared to the French. He's drive back just to cover himself, but now we've got footage of
That's Will Sargent in the lead against Nicholas Bernal. Really hot into this mark. Looked like he rolled over the outside of him and then got the jibe in. So great work there from Will. Got to keep the kite set though into this mark. They're in a really hot lay line. Let's see the crew's boat work handling into this.
Yeah, super tight angle for them. They're going for an early drop so that they're able to complete whatever turn they like. It'll be interesting to see which turn Sargent chooses to lead. It looks like it's going to be right-hand turn so that they can get to the left side of the course.
Will Sargent on 2 wins in this quarterfinal matchup. Only needs 1 more to progress through, so
and
do or die
interestingly,
time.
the Brazilians are going to try and split here. Maybe they're seeing a little bit more pressure out here because it's certainly not in shift.
Another key point to note in this matchup is Will Sargent carrying a penalty. Blue flag up on the umpire boats there, so Nicholas Bernal close behind, but penalty up. So Will Sargent having to find a way to offset a penalty or do a penalty spin at the finish line.
And here it looks like Tapper is still ahead. They are coming down towards the finish. It doesn't even look like they'll have to do another jibe. It's just straight across the line. Or here, just one more jibe to the finish to stay on the line of the French, and they have done it. They have put the power back even again to stay in the game.
That's what momentum can do in match racing. I talked about it at the start. Cole just being on top and sailing really well at the moment. Rossi just got to go back to basics here and figure out how to regroup the team for the final race.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting and high tension, high pressure in this next flight. So keep an eye on these two as they come into the decider on flight 5.
Just had Brazil tack over onto starboard here in a close match against Will Sargent. Will Sargent carrying that penalty from an earlier incident needs to either offset or have enough room to spin to win at the finish line.
Again, super variable breeze here, but it looks like they are lifting on that starboard tack. So they'll try and stay on that as long as possible, the Australians, while they can, and get over into some more breeze here.
But now controlling the right-hand side of the course at the moment, so he might be able to get some back. But let's see if Will Sargent can play the shifts a little bit better and keep extending his lead to be able to do a spin to win at the finish line.
He's going to tack here on top of the Brazilians and try and keep as much control as possible, but the Brazilians aren't letting him get away easy.
Both boats close on the right-hand ley line here, so Will doing a nice job to push both the boats out to the right-hand ley line and throw some disturbed air down onto Bernal. If he wants to clear his air, he'll have to do another 2 costly tacks or stay in the disturbed air of Will Sargent all the way into this top mark. They've got about 20, 25 boat lengths to go on this upwind.
Yeah, the other thing is here, Jack, in the position that Sargent's in, it's great defending position, as well as sitting on his air. You know, if the breeze goes left, he'll remain in front, and if the breeze goes right, he'll also remain in front. So really just trying to minimise as much risk as possible on these last few legs, knowing that he still has to get a spin in.
Definitely, and Will's been doing a great job of that this whole quarterfinal series, so it's good he's still remaining calm and just extending his lead here.
He's gone again and tacked back with the Brazilians. It looks like he has extended his lead, as you say, and he'll look to really do as much as he can on this downwind so that he gives himself enough buffer room. Oh, he's going for the spin now. He's decided to do his penalty turn now in an advanced position. Maybe he's thinking that he'll be able to gain it back on the downwind.
Yeah, so with a huge right-hand shift here, Will's done his penalty. He's trying to stay ahead at the moment. Both boats tight on lay. So let's see if he can still hold the lead into this top mark. Don't think he's going to do it because the Brazilians will have mark room here, but he'll be hot on the heels of Bernal heading into this finish line.
Both bows tacked together to set the kites almost simultaneously and try and see Sargent if he can get anything back on the Brazilians, making their lives super hard so he can find a passing lane.
Great low set from Will Sargent there, just protecting that inside line.
Oi!
Sorry about that, almost just had a collision with the top mark boat. Back to the racing. Will Sargent going for the roll on Bernal here. He's hot, trying to get on his air and roll over the top. Really tricky conditions here with lots of puffs and lulls.
Yeah, another gust on here, and Sargent will bring it with him. So he's just trying to find that sweet spot where he is blocking the Brazilians' air. But with the breeze so shifty and gusty, it's making it super hard for him to find that sweet spot.
Both boats quite far to the left-hand side of the course now, as Will goes for the jibe back towards the finish line here. Brazilians choose to extend. Let's see if Will can capitalise. Really rush jibe there. Still doesn't have the spinnaker set.
Lots of issues here with the spinnaker, just halfway around the forestay, and it's going to set now. And here they are. They're going to rip towards this finish line. They need to try and get in maybe a little bit of a lower mode just to try and get back onto Bernal's line, as he'll come in quite hot with that angle once he can get his kite work sorted.
Bernal still struggling with the spinnaker on the left-hand side of picture with the pink kite. Will, spinnaker set, going fast. Let's see if he can roll around the front of his bow and come into this finish line to take the all-important final win. Bernal needs to win this race to stay in the quarterfinal series.
I think it's going to be a tight one here, Jack, as Will unfortunately sailed into a little less pressure. And he is also coming in on port, so he doesn't have any starboard advantage. Bernal is absolutely smoking and will cross the finish line ahead of the Australians.
So another even series on 2 wins apiece.
Another amazing race and another very close match that we're going to have in the 5th flight with match point on both boats. And we've got the Kiwis back in action, as McCutcheon and De Clare are actually in their pre-start at the moment.
Just over 1 minute to go here at the moment. Both boats leading back towards the line. Robbie McCutcheon on the right-hand side of picture, boat 9, leading Orange De Clare back to the line.
We're not quite sure what happened to these 2 boats, but now they're back in action. This is their 3rd match, so it means that Robbie McCutcheon does need to secure this win to stay in the game. If he doesn't, then unfortunately he will be out and the French will go through to the semi-finals.
Under 1 minute to go now. Both boats relatively on time for the start. Declerc able to keep the right position here, but Robbie tight to leeward in a controlling position. If they're both on time for the line, good start here from Robbie, and he should be able to force Declerc out.
Breeze has increased again, so it'll be interesting to see if McCutcheon can polish up his boat handling skills just a little bit so that he can win over the French here.
Both boats just laughing a little bit as they go for their trigger pulls and heading towards the pin.
It's a clear start, and both boats are on starboard, and the French have to try and sit here just above the Kiwis line, like we said previously, where it's difficult, so they've decided to tack.
Great start there from Robbie. He's won that start. Tight leeward, forcing Declerc to tack off early. Look for Robbie to tack back pretty soon to minimise the gauge and keep this match nice and close.
Looks like it will be close here, Jack, as the pressure has evened out again and it has increased. So it'll be a very exciting downwind with the kites up and lots of wobbles.
Yeah, definitely a few more whitecaps on the harbour looking upwind as well. So it's going to be a big upwind for these boats to keep the boat flat and keep the boat fast.
The French actually look quite stable here as they're going along, but I think it's Robbie that's in a little bit more pressure and he's able to handle it a bit better. He looks slightly higher on angle as well.
Looks to me like Robbie's just about to hit a left phase here, so we'll see if he can get into it and climb off the Frenchies, but it might just slip on the inside of him. Really hard to position the boat here for the next pressure.
Yeah, you're right, Jack. It's just as if the left pressure's just above of him. So the French have decided that they're going to close it back up as they approach on starboard, and the Kiwis have to go for that double tap. Under tap, sorry.
Yeah, Robbie just doing a leave out tack there, but giving the French quite a bit of gauge so they can actually live there and be breeze clear. We'll see if he can climb up to their line and force them to tack off again. But at the moment, controlling position for the French, if they can live in this position.
It's almost as if Robbie didn't want to risk too much, possibly if he couldn't hold that mode, and so he didn't go as close to the French as maybe he might have liked. Just it would have made them a little bit more uncomfortable if he was very close below.
Yep. The French could have gained out of that manoeuvre as well. They got a little bit of variety coming back towards Robbie, so maybe Robbie just extending back to that left pressure that we talked about before. Looks like he's coming into it now slowly. So we'll see if he can force the French off and make them tack.
Yeah, both boats' bows are down now and they look to proceed into that left pressure. So I'm not sure. Robbie does need to push forward quite a significant amount to be able to tack and cross, which I don't think he'll be able to do before the ley line.
Boat skipper's really working hard here to keep the boat driving fast through the water. Declerc doing a very good job to stay on the windward position and keep forcing Robbie out to this ley line. If he can hold this gauge, he will lead Robbie back towards the top mark.
Super interesting here with the shot that we've got on screen. It looks like the Kiwis' bow is significantly more down than the French. It's almost as if the French are in their own right pressure that the Kiwis are not receiving.
Yep, could just be a difference in setup as well. The jib cars make a big difference in these boats, but it is looking to be like there's a little bit of right-hand pressure that the French are getting into, like you said, Evie. As the boats approach ley line now, Declerc managed to hold McCutcheon and keep his gauge on starboard. So we'll see what happens here.
super skillful for both boats to be able to hold as they have this whole leg on starboard.
Robbie trying to close the gauge up here, sailing a super high mode with a few luffs to try and close the gauge. Yeah, there we see the French, Deleclerc tacking off and Robbie following.
Yeah, the French here will lead the Kiwis into the top mark, and we'll see them start to preset their pole as we go for our second leg of their third match. It's a little increase of pressure here as the French pre-pole. Lots of swings from the 4 people that are still on the side of the boat as the bowman prepares the pole.
Robbie about 2 lengths behind, closely trails, and both boats straight setting down towards these bottom marks. Good set from both boats.
Now again, we see a little bit of a game here of who can stay in the pressure and who can use it more wisely. That means, you know, are they going to use it to go and soak lower, or are they going to use it to go higher to get to the next one? The French look like they've extended just a little bit here as Robbie's kite's slightly unsettled with some chop and a little bit of decrease of pressure.
It's interesting to note here the difference in pole heights. Frenchie's running a little bit lower pole height and managing to extend a little bit more in the path. Let's see if Robbie can gain back and bring some pressure down towards Deleclerc and close this gap up. A reminder that Robbie needs to win this race to stay in the game and have a shot at making the semi-finals.
Yeah, it looks like that high pole jack is creating a bit of instability in the kite, so wondering if maybe they've had an equipment issue there.
Can't see any green flags on Robbie's boat, but we'll have to wait and see.
Here we go as the French jibe, the Kiwis will jibe as well. We are coming to the bottom marks here, as this is the only race still in progress at the moment, as all other boats have finished 4 races. These 2 have in progress for their third, is that correct?
That's correct. French doing an earlier drop here than Robbie's boat, just keeping it nice and controlled. As they head to the right-hand rounding and will take the left-hand side of the course. Robbie will follow and we'll look to see an early tack to stay out of the disturbed air from the French.
Yeah, they're just getting their kite packed away, and as they are, we're going to head back down to the start as we're actually starting our 5th flight here. So at the moment, we've gone back to the start. We are watching Tapper versus Rossi in their final match for the quarterfinals. So this is a huge race. This is a race that will decide who proceeds into the semi-finals.
Just on screen here, we see Robbie and Deleclerc still battling upwind, with Deleclerc taking the right and Robbie splitting to the left.
It almost seems, Jack, that Robbie's team and the Kiwis have lost a little bit of their fighting spirit. It doesn't seem like they're hiking as hard and as fighting as much as the French are at the moment.
I think they're working on just keeping the boat fast, but yeah, the French definitely are hiking higher. But back to picture, we have Timoteo Rossi in boat 7 doing a circle against Cole Tapper.
So we have Timotei Rossi in boat 7 and Cole Tapper in boat 2. And Timotei has tacked and Cole will go for the hook here to see if he can get an early penalty. I think that is a flag in the air, Jack.
Should be a green from my point of view, but let's see what the umpires say. Cole looks to be very well in control of this pre-start and all over Rossi.
Yeah, you're certainly right. He has got the inside here again. It'll be super interesting to see what we can when the umpires come around. Cole
just staying behind Rossi at the moment, controlling him and waiting to pick his time back to the line. We see both boats go for attack now, and I'd look to see Cole take the lead back towards the line.
That's just 1 minute to go for these boats as they head into their final race for the quarterfinals. Super important to try and execute a clean pre-start here and possibly even secure a penalty against the other.
Rossi going for the jump there on Cole, and it looks like he's got it. Less than 1 minute to go now, so Cole just being maybe a little bit greedy and Rossi getting the roll there. Let's hope Cole can push Rossi over the line, or let's see if Rossi can kill the time and get a good start. Similar setup to the last few starts where Cole's been pushing and they're relatively early. Taking a little bit longer for Rossi to roll over the bow of Cole there, and Cole just luffing up, trying to get that wide right start again.
Does look like that pin is just ever so slightly up, Jack. So I'm wondering if Rossi will get that slight advantage like he did last time. And it looks like a clear start there as these boats sail off on their first leg for this race.
So Cole in a wide right position at the moment. Wouldn't say he's won the start, but it's definitely even. Let's see if he can control and hold that gauge and keep building off Rossi. If Rossi can close the gauge up, he'll force Cole to tack out of his disturbed air and be in control of this race.
Yeah, both teams really just trying to keep the boat as flat as possible, keep it going through the water as fast as possible. And again, the breeze is super up and down, just a lot of differential between the gust and the lull. We've come back to the top mark now as we have the Kiwis and the French, with the Kiwis still ahead. Is that correct, Jack?
Kiwis behind, actually. Delaclerc in the lead. Kiwis Blue Spinnaker trailing behind the Frenchies. Kiwis must pass on this downwind to win. Big puff there for the Kiwis, soaking hard inside, so let's see if they can capitalise on this big pressure that they're in at the moment. Right on the step there, the Kiwis fast inside, making huge gains on the French there.
This is really exciting, Jack, as we come to the finish for these boats. We've got a yacht in between the two boats, which could be really detrimental for the Kiwis, and it is. It's just taken some of their air, and they just struggling trying to find a lane past it. Really could have been
Robbie having a double jibe in front of the spectator boat. Could prove costly for his mode into the finish, but let's see if he can still extend past the Frenchies. Still running that super high pole mode.
And the Frenchies are coming in on starboard here, Jack, so if they're anywhere near the Kiwis, Robbie will have to avoid, and they're not, and they are going to jibe on top.
Yep, Robbie just trying to keep his air clear now, and we'll look for a big luff on the Frenchies.
Here he goes, he's luffed them. Both boats pointing very high. It depends here who can get away the quickest.
Flag from Robbie there. Let's see what the umpires say.
And it's a green. So the Frenchies have come over the top, unfortunately, and Robbie really is going to struggle here to come from behind.
Frenchies struggling to set a kite. Big twist in the kite. Let's see if they can make it through the line, or Robbie be able to close up and take the win. No spinnaker on the Frenchies still.
Oh, Jack, this is very nail-biting, but I think Robbie is going to sail right past the French here.
Yeah, he's done it. He's through, he's over the top, and he's soaking down to the finish line. Great win there from Robbie in the closing stages to get over the bow and make it 2-1 in the quarterfinals.
And now the French, you can see, are
What a
very
race.
frustrated, but we still have another match for these two as they're not done yet, so we'll be coming back to them later on. At the moment on your screens, though, we are looking at, is it Cole Tapper here? I think we
Cole
have
Tapper, boat 2 against Timoteo Rossi, boat 7. Tapper leading into the top mark on ley line. Believe it's their first upwind leg, so they'll have 2 more legs to go. 2 more upwind. Two more downwinds to go before they finish the race.
Yeah, both boats are just coming in on ley line here now in a lot of breeze as they prepare to set their kites to go downwind. Here we go as the Australians round the top mark just ahead of the French. They'll set as quick as they possibly can and stay in this pressure. The pressure looks quite even across the course at the moment, and so it will be a little bit of boat handling and speed skills to see who can get in front by the bottom.
Great set from Cole there. He's extended probably about 3 boat lengths in that hoist. A little slower from the Frenchies, and he's on the step, going fast down towards these bottom marks.
This is a really high pressure race, Jack, as both boats know whoever wins this race will proceed to the semi-finals. But we're coming back down as we're watching the start with 2 seconds to go, and we are looking at Will Sargent.
And Nicholas Bernal. Will Sargent on the right of picture, boat 6, just tacking off, and Nicholas Bernal, boat 10, heading towards the left. Another final race takes it all between these two.
Yeah, it'll be super interesting to see. Back to Cole Tapper as he jives, and the French jive as well, just trying to defend whatever they possibly can to make sure that they minimise the risk and the separation and gain the French as much as possible from behind. Looks like both boats are in slightly less pressure than we've seen, but there is more to come. So it'll be interesting to see here where the pressure comes, if it's going to come with the shift, and which way the skippers will choose to go.
Looks like Cole's still setting up for a right turn here, going towards the left-hand side of the track, looking upwind.
Yeah, and the same thing's happening with the race that we're seeing on your screen now is Will Sargent and Denali heading out to the left-hand side of the course, just in search of that left shift.
As we see Cole around the mark there, heading towards the same left side. Looks like there's a left shift out on the course. Cole going into that early tack to protect against the split and minimise the gauge. We saw how costly it was to give the other boat a lot of gauge and get a shift to pass. So Cole minimising that risk as much as he can and trying to put himself between the other boat and the mark.
We're back here watching Will Sargent on starboard and the Brazilians having to under-tack as they head out to the left-hand side of the racetrack. Again, there's decent amount of breeze here, so it really depends on how much the crew can get the boat flat and fast so that they can then drive it up. And it is a difficult position again for Will, being the windward boat, as they are knocking out to the left and the Brazilians below sailing a high mode to try and make their lives super hard.
Both boats really close to the left-hand ley line here, so Will just working these shifts to try and build some gauge and force Bernal out to the out to the left-hand ley line, so he can affect his air all the way into the mark. Will's still underlaid, so another 2 tacks to go for him, but just trying to stay on the lifted tack here and keep the boat fast and pointing as close as he can towards the top mark.
we're seeing Cole Tapper ahead of the French team. And if he keeps this up, he will be through to the semi-finals. So lots on the line for these two teams. And at the moment, it is the Australians who are really pushing the limits and staying clear ahead for this race.
So there's been a change of course for Will Sargent and Nicholas Bernal. They're heading to the orange and black mark. Will Sargent on lay line, flipping his pole on, likewise with Nicholas Bernal from Brazil. First top mark rounding for the pair.
And they've come around the Australians very clear ahead. They're going to jibe just to cover the Brazilians and make sure that they're keeping nice and close, as it is only their their second leg for this race. So plenty more of the race to go, plenty more shifts to be gained.
Both boats early jibing onto the long jibe down towards these gate marks.
Here we have Cole Tapper and the Australian team in picture, hiking, ready to go around their top mark and staying very clear ahead of the French.
Looks to me like they've extended on this upwind leg and have built out quite a healthy lead in this final winner-takes-all match for the semi-finals.
Will Sargent and the Australian team continue to extend on the Brazilians as they head down to the bottom marks. What a shot there, Jack, with the Harbour Bridge in the background for this year's World Sailing Youth Match Racing Championship.
Can't beat it. As we see Cole Tapper rounding the top mark for the final time onto his last downwind leg to the finish line. Another great set from the team. Kite up, pop, ready to go.
Yeah, super efficient rounding there. Just what a display of teamwork and boat handling skills to execute. It almost feels like, Jack, that they know that the pressure's off. They're just racing as if it's a weekly training session. Everything's moving quite smoothly on that boat now.
Oh, it's never over till it's over. Let's not jinx them yet. But yeah, no, healthy lead for Cole here as Rossi just rounds the mark now. Back to the downwind mark, we see Will Sargent rounding ahead, taking the right-hand turn to the left-hand side of the race course, and Nicholas Bernal following.
Yeah, that's quite a substantial gap in between those two boats, but like you say, you just don't know what's going to come out of this race course. And Cole Tapper with a significant lead heading towards the finish for his final race in the quarterfinals. Plenty of wind coming out of that side that he's chasing, and the French just behind the top of your screen.
Both boats in big left-hand pressure at the moment. Early jibe onto starboard to get down to this finish line.
Yeah, really doing that kind of wing-on-wing action, is that right there? It's like having the kite on one side and the mate on the other, just to go for a really square downwind mode, staying in the pressure to get to that finish line.
I think you're typically all wing-on-wing with the Spinnaker Evie, but yeah, definitely getting that kite projected out to windward and soaking down into the finish line.
And we're getting close here for the Australians to cross the finish line. clear ahead of the French, and they have done it. They are through, Jack, to the semi-finals this afternoon, and they will proceed to fight for places 1 to 4.
Yeah, great work from Cole Tapper to bring it back and build that momentum for the team. I'm sure the team are ecstatic with the way that they've sailed in the later part of the day, but very tough for Rossi. He had it in his hands and just let it slip, so not sure if he's got one more left in him, whether he's young enough to do another one, but yeah, tough, really tight racing out here on the water. Congratulations to Cole, and let's see who he matches up against in the semi-finals.
Yeah, we've still got racing going on here. Cole's fellow teammate, Will Sargent from Australia, is clear ahead on his match against the Brazilians at the moment, but it looks like that we could see a close cross here.
Yeah, big split from the two boats. Will Sargent on the right-hand side of the course to Bernal, who is further to the left. But I think Will Sargent's still firmly in control of this race. Should look to see him tack close to his line and minimise the gauge heading into this shifty part of the course up by Garden Island.
Yeah, you're right, Jack. Will Sargent is certainly clear ahead here. Plenty of pressure coming into their final top mark rounding.
Looks to me like they've had to change a course to the purple mark and they're both on late line.
Yeah, so they had a different top mark from the others, and they are just about to come around that top mark. Both boats pre-poling, preparing for the downwind. The pressure's very fluky up the top here. It almost looks like the Brazilians are struggling to make it, having to sail a little bit of a high mode to get around the top mark, as the Australians are just bearing away for the downwind.
Yep, a huge right-hand shift on the Brazilians at the moment. Might even have to do 2 more tacks to get back to this top. Meanwhile, Will Sargent sets and extends on the final leg down to this finish line. He is at match point, so if he can hold this lead, he will secure a spot to the semi-finals, like his fellow club mate, Cole Tapper.
Here we go, the Brazilians setting their ink spinnaker and jibing. Just looking for the best breeze on the race course, which is super hard to see at the moment, as it's just gone quite light underneath Garden Island, with breeze spilling in from either sides.
Both boats probably doing the right thing and just getting on the long jibe early, waiting for that next pressure to come. But let's see what Bernal can do and if he can close this distance up.
Yeah, super light wind now as the teams kind of shift into that a different mode, you know, finding what is going to be the best mode. Should they sail their current angle and keep, you know, a little low but best BMG, or should they go a little bit higher to try and seek some pressure out?
We can see both boats here, just all heads behind, looking for that next pressure, looking for a way to extend or catch up to the other boat. Bernal hooking into a little bit of pressure here as Will Sargent hots up to try and get to it and minimise the gauge.
Yeah, very different angles here as the Brazilians sail in much different pressure, and they've gone for the jibe just to try and stay in that line, and Sargent's just going to have to follow, try and wait for that pressure that the Brazilians are in to come down with him. And we're back now into a pre-start sequence with just almost 2 minutes to go, and this
is the final race. This is the match flight 4 against Robbie McCutcheon and Ange Leclerc, with the series at 2-1 to Ange Leclerc, the Frenchman. just inside 1 minute to go. Robbie McCutcheon, left-hand side of picture, against Ange Leclerc on the right. Ange very early for the start here. Robbie well in control of the start.
Yeah, the Frenchman is going to have to come around the front of the start boat and try and get back behind the line before the race begins.
Robbie doing a great job of trying to force him over here or make him early for the start. Let's see if he can do it.
That was pretty close there. And we have a finish of Will Sargent, the Australian, crossing the finish line through to the semi-finals as he beats Bernal, the Brazilian.
Key point to note in this pre-start is Ange Leclerc, 2 penalties on the umpire boat. So he will have to do a jibe once he crosses the start line to start this race. And here he goes for his penalty now. Can he get the boat away?
He's really struggling there, Jack, to be able to bear that boat away. It's a big puff on, and he's still going to be able to get away. He's just got away there to complete that first penalty turn.
Meanwhile, we saw 2 boats come through the finish line in that pre-start, and that was Will Sargent taking the win over Nicolas Bernal. That booked his spot into the semi-finals, making the 3 semi-finalists so far. Jeffrey Peterson from the USA, Cole Tapper from Australia, and Will Sargent from Australia. French still not have competed their penalty here. They will get black flagged and lose this race. There's the black flag. The French have lost this race. Robbie McCutcheon takes the win, putting this series at 2 apiece.
Yeah, very, very quick end to that race there, Jack. So we're likely just to roll into an immediate next race for these 2 boats to break the tie. But, you know, talking about momentum earlier, it's really slowed down that momentum for the French. That was a tough pre-start for them.
Definitely. You can see after that race they had before with Robbie taking the close win, maybe the French putting themselves under a little bit of pressure and trying to force a bit too much in that pre-start. They'll need to regroup for this next start with a winner-takes-all final match.
Yeah, that's a big reset for the French in an attempt to come back from pretty poor performance in that last pre-start. But on the other side of that is Robbie McCutcheon, your fellow Kiwi, Jack, who has successfully scored himself another point.
It's great to see all of these quarterfinal matches going to a 5th and deciding race. So super close, tight racing here at the Australia 2023 Youth Match Racing World Championships. One more race to go between these pair and we will know our semi-finalists.
Robbie McCutcheon and the Kiwi team just getting a few final tips from coach there, Tommy Skithill, as they prepare for their final quarterfinal match. So we're here at the 2023 World Sailing Youth Match Racing Championship, and we have one more match to go for our quarterfinals before we will know who are our semi-finalists and the places 1 to 4 for this year's competition.
That's okay, can't go up. Jimmy needs to see out the back.
While I've got the opportunity, I'd like to thank our event partners, Mercure Sydney, Audi Centre Sydney, Helly Hansen Australia, for being a part of the event, without which it wouldn't definitely be possible without them. We'd also like to thank our media partner, Sale Media, for bringing you this footage and today.
How's the next situation?
Not sure. They're mines.
On picture now, we see the results from the quarterfinals. First quarterfinal, Cole Tapper versus Timotei Rossi. Cole getting the all-important 3 wins to book his semi-final spot. The other quarterfinal matches with Will Sargent getting the 3 wins and Jeffrey Peterson from the USA getting the 3 wins over Tom Higgins.
Yeah, as we're waiting here, Jack, we are seeing pretty similar conditions than what we've had before. We've still got the westerly in. It's very puffy, it's very up and down. You can see that there's a lot of difference between the gusts and the lulls, which will make for an interesting start to our semi-finals today. We're just under postponement at the moment as the final quarter-finalists are doing a boat swap, I think. So we've got Robbie McCutcheon from New Zealand and the French team of Ange Deleclerc, who have decided to switch boats.
We could also be waiting for a cruise ship to pass through the course, but we'll see what the pilot boat says about that one.
Yeah, busy as always on Sydney Harbour. There's plenty of yachts and Sydney siders taking advantage of the beautiful weather and the start of what's looking to be a very hot summer. So we are in fact waiting for that cruise ship just to pass through the course. So we'll remain under postponement until that cruise ship has just passed through the course.
Straight in.
Is that all the way?
30 seconds and then 1 minute to the warning. So 5 minutes start, not a 7.
No, should still be 7. Yep.
Thanks, Jack.
So you can see all of our other teams here have jibs down, and they're just going to have to wait until we finish the quarterfinals. So we'll need to get, here we go, we've got a flag up now for Robbie McCutcheon and Ange Delaclaire to finish their quarterfinal racing.
Once again, final race takes it all. Robbie McCutcheon from New Zealand entering on starboard, and Ange Delaclaire from France entering on port.
One race in the semi-final.
Boats here going straight into that 5-minute sequence, so 1 minute until their entry.
And like you said, Jack, this is a winner-takes-all race, so it's super important from the very start for both of these boats to execute every manoeuvre as best as they possibly can, because this is the difference between placing first and fifth. We've just got a cruiser off the bow of Robbie McCutcheon, so he's having to deal with a little bit of an intervention there and coming back down towards the start boat for his entry.
15 seconds to go until their 4-minute entry into this race.
Here we go, he's just building some speed now, going through the power zone above the start boat.
Change of course flag here. Both boats will be going round the purple mark as we see the boats come into a dial up. Robbie McCutcheon on starboard and Ange Delaclaire on port. Ange has got the high cross and is ahead of Robbie here. Still a dial up. Robbie just sitting behind Ange Delaclaire, the French boat, and in control of this race at the moment.
Yeah, it'll be interesting here, Jack, to see how the French react after that choker of their last restart, penalising them an entire race from the very beginning. So here Robbie leads them away and starts off in front.
Yep, Robbie just keeping it simple, heading into the playground here. Ange will need to do very much of the same, maybe just overcomplicating the last pre-start. Keep it simple, get off the line clean, and give himself a shot at winning this race.
They're just doing a few circles here, teams, to kill some time, and it looks like the French want to lead the Kiwis away from the line a little bit more to see if they can potentially gain an advantage.
Coming up to 2 minutes to go. Robbie driving back a little bit early here for the pre-start. Leading back towards the line. Let's see if he can kill this time. As we see Robbie dial up here and slow the race down, trying to wipe time off the clock. Ange just matching him to leeward on the left-hand side of him, right-hand side of screen. Let's see how much they can kill. Still just wiping time off the clock.
Looks like Robbie wants to try and get the overlap underneath the French, but he's not quite there yet. So he's going to slow them both down, and the French just remain slightly advanced, and Robbie looks to go for the overlap to windward of him.
Both boats relatively early for this pre-start still. Quite close to starboard layer already. Robbie just holding that right-hand side position. He's left-hand side of screen and just controlling this pre-start. 1 minute to go in this final pre-start between the pair. Both boats lower in the box, well under starboard lay.
It looks like the breeze is still in the left here, Jack. So deciding whether or not you want to be the leeward boat or you want to have the ability to tack will be the key here.
Yeah, we see the French split to the right here and take the right. Robbie tacking with to close the gauge up. Watch for a hook here on the French when they come back.
It's very close.
Flag
There's a
from the
flag up
French.
there, yep. And it's a green, so no penalty for either boats.
Robbie well in control of the start here, tight leeward position at the moment. He'll be leading out to this favoured left-hand side in a controlling position against the Declare. And go. Great start from Robbie there, forcing the French to tack out and clear the air. Look to see Robbie roll with very soon and minimise that gauge.
Yeah, good pressure for both boats now, so teams really having to hike as hard as possible to keep the boat under the rig and going as flat and fast as possible to get any advantage that they can in this winner-takes-all match.
Declare doing a great job there off the line just to accelerate the boat. He'll be looking for a right-hand shift to get back into this race and take back towards Robbie. Robbie being the left-hand boat here in this picture, number 9.
Yeah, super interesting. We've seen actually a bit of a right shift. So the French have, in fact, extended, and Robbie's bow slightly down. So French sailing a really nice VMG there, just to try and close as much gauge as possible up towards the Kiwis. But it's still very early days in this race.
Robbie doing a nice mode here of building gauge and holding a high mode against the French. He's opening the gauge up between the boats and climbing more to windward. French still in that lower, faster mode, trying to extend out to a righty about 100, 150 metres ahead of them. Let's see if Robbie can stay in this little localised lefties that he's in. As the French come back towards him, we should see Robbie look to lee bow.
Yeah, super volatile here, Jack, as we can see every single little bit is counting with the breeze just changing all the time. So as they go into lighter pressure here, we're just not quite sure where the next one's going to come from.
Really tight lee bow here from Robbie, doing a great job just to work the high mode and try and force Delaclerc out, back up to that right side of the course. Starting to affect him now as he pulls a little bit more forward and closes that gauge up.
Yeah, this is where that team coordination comes in, Jack, as the skipper really wants to execute potentially a very, very important mode so that they can gain a huge advantage like they just have over the French.
For sure, textbook match racing here from Robbie, just matching the tacks, forcing Delaclerc back out to that right-hand side, and he's controlling the left. Has to be really careful not to get hooked there. Delaclerc was super close to his leeward side and almost got a hook. More right-hand shifts coming through now, so maybe Delaclerc can capitalise on these, but we're seeing a bit of a split at the moment.
Yeah, it's really pressure on both sides of the course and not that much in the middle. So definitely having to choose which side of the course that they want to work and defending as much as possible.
Also remembering about a change of course mark here, so both boats are going to the further left mark of the 3 top marks.
Really precarious position between the boats here as they have to try and figure out which they're going to go for. Are they going to try and minimise the leverage between the other boat, or are they going to seek the best pressure? And Robbie's having to just duck this barge in the middle of Sydney Harbour here, so unfortunately he's lost a little bit in between, and it looks like the French are in a bit more right pressure as well.
Yeah, Delaclerc just hooking into that right pressure and sailing a really nice high mode at the moment. Super shifty though, so let's see if Robbie can take anything back towards him. But at the moment, we're seeing mostly right pressure heading into this top mark. Big lift on for both teams now as they put the bow up more towards the top mark.
And it looks like that the French are going to have the inside and be the first to the tacking point for this first top mark.
That's correct, Evie. Robbie will not be able to cross here, so Delaclerc first round the mark.
Just lots of shifts there as they're coming to the ley line, and Delaclerc holding him out ever so slightly. Robbie wants to go, but he can't, so he's got to wait until the French go, and the French did a good job there at really picking a time where the Kiwis were slow, so setting up here for the mark rounding.
Yeah, those little luffs there cost Robbie, and he's struggling to get his bow down there. Not enough weight on the rail. Delaclerc extending the lead there. Let's see if Robbie can do a good set and close back up on him. Big hoist on Robbie's boat there. Almost a good set from both teams, but little flap in the kite there for Robbie.
It's just every little bit counts in these boats. Every tiny little mistake, unfortunately, costs so much, especially when a semi-finals is riding on the line.
This mark coming back into play again. Both boats splitting around it. Robbie taking the lower side. Ange Declerc from France taking the higher side.
Yeah, a little bit of separation now between the boats. Unfortunately, as the French had to have extended with Robbie having to go around that barge, but more breeze coming up on this right-hand side looking upwind.
Robbie rolling into a jibe, looking for a bit of inside pressure here. Let's see if he can find something. It's all just about staying calm, staying in the race and picking your time to attack.
Yeah, definitely, Jack. This is certainly the race where tension can get high because there's so much pressure involved in getting this race win. So as much as the crew can, making sure that they're sticking to their processes, but also looking for the next opportunity.
Bit more pressure on there from Robbie as Ange Declerc matches the jibe and jibes onto starboard now. Robbie, to me, looks like he's in a little bit more pressure over towards the right-hand side of picture. But Ange just trying to close that gauge, sailing a little bit hotter at the moment, and will look to soak into this mark. It's setting up for a right-hand turn towards the left-hand side of racetrack again.
Yeah, lots of separation, Jack, as you said, between these two boats. Robbie there has just jibed to come back towards the French. But unfortunately, again, the French have just extended a little bit too far for the Kiwis to be coming at all to a close cross.
Out of that split, the French team looked like they might have gained a boat length or two, but we'll see after the bottom mark rounding how the boats match up. Looks to me like Robbie is still setting up for a right-hand turn. And we have a change of course flag up around the bottom mark. Both boats heading to the normal Audi Sydney Centre Group top mark, the white mark.
Yeah, it'll be interesting here how McCutcheon decides to attack this next upwind, knowing that he does have a little bit to make up for on the French.
Early tack there from Robbie, trying to clear his air and get ahead. Just needs to keep his air clear here, trust his boat speed and go fast.
New Zealand team has just gone for attack here. It'll be interesting to see how far the French go, because it looks like there is a right line just on their bow. So they've decided to tack just inside of it, and unfortunately I don't think Robbie will be in that same pressure. So it might be that the French are able to just extend a little bit more. All right, we're back here. We've just had the New Zealanders tack. They're not quite on lay, so they're just trying to make up as much as they possibly can with the French tacking now on top. So Robbie having to tack immediately back.
Ange Leclerc bouncing Robbie out to this left-hand side of the course. Now heading towards the white top mark. Let's see if he can pin him out to a lay line. Robbie having to do another costly 2 tacks to clear his air here, while Ange Leclerc, the Frenchman, on lay, heading into this final top mark.
Unfortunately, Jack, that was very costly for the Kiwis. Having to do that double tack has cost them a lot, but it's looking here like the French might in fact be going sailing into right pressure, so they may have to do 2 more tacks as well.
Definitely, but even if they still do, right pressure means they'll gain a little bit out of it, so let's see if Robbie can close the gap here. Fingers crossed for him, but
it's a big path just coming through now, so the French have been able to make this mark and will remain ahead. The Kiwis will be right on their tails, I'd imagine, just trying to get back anything they possibly can for this last leg.
yeah, Deleclerc just having to do a little luff there, so let's see if Robbie can keep it fast into this mark and close the gauge up. All it'll take is one little puff or one bad jibe, as we saw in some previous races, for the lead to change.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Anything can happen in this last leg, and it is all on the line for these 2 boats fighting for a spot in the semi-finals. So the French have immediately jibed, and it'll be interesting to see what the Kiwis do when they've set their kite, whether or not they'll choose to split or if they'll jibe with. They're going to jibe with here to stay in the pressure, just as it funnels down from the top mark.
Crucially, Ange Leclerc above lay, so he has to jibe back and re-engage with Robbie. Let's see if Robbie can jibe on his air and throw some disturbed wind down onto his sails.
The Kiwis have closed up a fair bit of gauge there, Jack. We could be on to see a very tight finish.
Robbie just looking to extend, keep the boat fast and roll over the top here.
Leclerc having a little bit of an issue with his kite, flapping a few times, and Robbie doing a fantastic job at blocking his air and driving onto the other side just to stay in the pressure and advanced.
Both boats still above lay for the pin here, so crucial that Robbie gets on the air of Deleclerc and tries to affect him. Deleclerc still about a boat length ahead here, so Robbie's got to leave it all out on the water and try and get past him. Delaclerc doing a great job just to stay between Robbie and the finish. He just needs to protect that jibe back to the finish line here as he goes for that final jibe.
And he's gone for it here. Both boats on the jibe to the finish. All the Kiwis have had a really hard time there. Just couldn't get the boat away. A big puff as they went to jibe, and unfortunately have lost the kite, letting the French sail away and cross the finish line ahead.
And that secures Ange-Leclerc's spot in the semi-finals. A final winner-takes-all race. He secures his spot to complete the semi-final matchup.
Wow, what an amazing comeback for that French team after having too many penalties in the previous match, disqualified by a black flag, to come back and take the win from the final race of the quarterfinals and secure themselves in the semi-finals.
It's been great racing out here on the water at the Australia 2023 Youth Match Racing World Championships. I've honestly never seen a match racing regatta go to a fifth and final decider in all quarterfinal series. So it just proves how close the racing is here and how tight all the teams are.
Yeah, such a high caliber of match racing this year at the championships, and very testing for all competitors. Unfortunately for the Kiwis, that was their final race, so they will be out of the competition and will finish out of the top 4.
So confirming our semi-finalists for the semi-finals, we're just waiting to know the matchups, but our semi-finalists are Jeffrey Peterson from the United States of America, Cole Tapper from Australia, Will Sargent from Australia, and Ange Leclerc from France.
To have 2 Australians in the semi-finals will certainly be a proud moment for Jordan Rees and the Youth Sailing Academy at the Cruising Yacht Club of Australia. Know that these teams have been working very hard to make sure that they make everyone here proud as Sydney hosts this year's Youth Match Racing Championship.
Definitely. Will's done a great job to finish second in the round robin and secure a good matchup against Nicholas Bernal, and sailed really well today to get himself a spot through, and Cole fighting hard the whole week to secure that spot.
Yeah, we had some doubts, didn't we, Jack, a little bit with Cole in this quarterfinal round as he struggled to get ahead on the first few matches, and in a nail-biting third match he won, so brought it back towards his side and went on to win 2 more. So really proving why he was ranked first coming into this World Sailing event, and kind of bringing it back from not a great start in the round robin series.
For sure. It's all about building that momentum, as we talked about earlier. Cole did a great job today of just keeping cool, keeping calm, taking each race as it comes, and getting the job done at the end.
And that's what it will all be about as we head into the first flight of the semi-finals now this afternoon. It'll be shaking off what has just happened in the quarterfinals, because we start pretty much all over again, don't we, Jack?
Yep, scores all reset, zeros on the board, so even playing field once again. as we look at shots of the Gordon Marshall here, the CYCA RO boat for this event. We have the race management team. They've been setting some great courses out here in some very tricky conditions, so they've got a world-class team headed by Dennis Thompson, the principal race officer. On board is Liz Bayliss, the World Sailing Technical Delegate, Pam Scrivener, the CYCA Youth Sailing Academy Administrator, Stephen Merrington, Rosemary Merrington, Tracy Johnstone, and Jackie Sapir. We really appreciate all the volunteers who have taken time out of their day to make this regatta possible, and it's been a world-class event so far.
Yeah, what an amazing job the Match Racing RO does do to be able to put away so many races consecutively, a lot of flags going up and down, and a lot of races to start and finish. So what a fantastic job they do.
It's not every regatta that's run to schedule as well, so Dennis has done a really nice job to keep the regatta on track and make sure we get a full program in. Fingers crossed we can keep that streak going for the semi-finals and finals today and tomorrow. So, yeah.
While we're here, I'd also like to thank the event partners, Mercure Sydney, Audi Centre Sydney, and Helly Hansen Australia for supporting this year's World Sailing Youth Match Racing event. and we are back for semi-finals racing at the 2023 Youth Match Racing World Championship here on Sydney Harbour with for the World Sailing Youth Match Racing Championship. At the moment, Will Sargent just hot on the heels of Cole Tapper, both boats from the Cruising Yacht Club of Australia, coming towards the finish for the first race of the semi-finals.
One more drive to do for both boats into the finish. Cole just doing a good job of keeping his ear clear and setting up for the jibe. Just needs to put himself between Will and the finish. Watch out for a simo jibe here, where both boats will roll into a jibe and lead back towards the finish line. Cole goes for the jibe there, Will matches. Don't think it'll be enough though.
No, I think you're right. Both boats did do the simo jibe, but unfortunately Will Sargent has had some issues with jibing his spinnaker. I think he also knows that he is behind and has given that one to Cole for the first race of the semi-finals.
So Cole Tapper 1-0 up against Will Sargent, fellow countryman.
And the racing still in progress is Jeffrey Peterson, undefeated from the USA, with Frenchman underdog Deleclerc. And at the moment, we have the French in fact ahead as they are approaching the top mark for the last time.
Yeah, the French team doing a great job to extend and keep building that lead out. Sailing really smart and really clean, not taking any added risks, and
yeah, like you say, Jack, they're just really minimising their risks. They're sailing textbook match racing, covering at every opportunity they can, and really making Jeffrey's life hard to keep that undefeated title.
Jeffrey still carrying that penalty as well, so if he wants to keep that undefeated title, he's got to work hard to offset it on this downwind.
And a big path for both boats to round the top marking. Jeffrey's got to do a double tack. That'll cost him even more to try and catch the French. And it's looking like, Jack, that the French have got this one.
Yeah, that's race over for Jeffrey, unfortunately. That double tack at the top mark, really costly there.
And a big bear away for him, and his team have got to get that spinnaker up as quick as possible. They've got to get down to the bottom and try and figure out when to complete this spin. But eyes now are on the French, who have escaped the USA team and will sail away towards the finish line now.
Yeah, the French should take their first win here in the semi-finals. Great comeback and great momentum for the French team after a close quarter-finals against Robbie McCutcheon.
Yeah, let's not forget that this French team almost didn't make it to the semi-finals as they were disqualified from a quarter-final race. And so here they are. They've really wanted to redeem themselves as they've come back here to take the first win for the semi-final racing.
Final jibe for the team into the finish. They'll look to just keep it calm, keep it clean, and get it through the finish line.
Yeah, not much win there for them now, but they'll approach into some soon. And like you say, I think on board they know what they've got to do. They've just got to get their boat across the finish line, and that's it. The US team, who we thought were going to be really close to them, unfortunately have sailed themselves quite far behind. Day 4 here in Sydney, Australia.
Recapping the semi-final results for today, we have Cole Tapper 1-0 up against fellow countryman Will Sargent, and Ange Leclerc 1-0 up against American Jeffrey Peterson.
Yeah, really tight racing we've seen here today, Jack. The best the best in the world are certainly here, and they're really pushing each other. So unfortunately, we've seen some teams drop out of the competition as the quarterfinals saw Timothy Rossi from France, Robbie McCutcheon from New Zealand, and Nicolas Bernal from Brazil, along with Tom Higgins from Ireland, fall out in the quarterfinal round. And we have 4 boats remaining, 2 Australians, 1 French team and the US team proceeding through to fight for a top 4 position. And that is concluding our 4th day of the Australian 2023 Youth Match Racing World Championship. As you can see on the screen, the semi-finals have started, and we do have 1 point to Cole Tapper and 1 to Ange Delacroix, as they have done very well in this afternoon's tricky westerly breeze here on Sydney Harbour.
It's been great tight racing out there on the water today. We're looking forward to bringing you this broadcast for tomorrow.
Yeah, tune in tomorrow at the same time at 11:40 for the first start for finals racing. And Sal Media is bringing us absolutely fantastic footage of everything, every little moment and every collision that we're seeing on the course here. I'd just like to thank the event partners, Mercure Sydney, Audi Centre Sydney, Helly Hansen Australia and Sal Media for cooperating in this event. And tomorrow we'll be back with a live broadcast for the rest of the semi-finals and the grand finals of the 2023 World Sailing Youth Match Racing World Championship.